Well, welcome everybody, and thank you for taking the time to be here, both here in person and online. I'm Dick Morningstar. I'm the founding chairman of the Global Energy Center here at the Atlantic Council. Some of you, probably not a whole lot of you, this may be your first time engaging with the Global Energy Center, but welcome. And for all of our people who are familiar, welcome back. It's certainly an honor for us to be hosting our annual Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference. This is the 9th year. They started in 2016. And in fact, the Global Energy Center will be coming up on its 10th anniversary this January. The Central and Eastern European Conference has started soon thereafter. And since then, we've been hosting leaders from government and the private sector. We've used this forum to discuss the challenges and opportunities facing the energy industry. And let me say, I think that Central and Eastern Europe continues to be critically important. It's the issues that we will be discussing today continue also to be extremely important. And one of the things I think I'd like to emphasize, and I think we learned that during the Trump administration and the Biden administration, whoever wins this election coming up in the United States, and it's a dead heat, basically, at this point, Central and Eastern Europe is going to continue to be important. Ukraine, obviously, is going to continue to be important. And, and going back to the Trump administration, and the Atlantic Council is, by the way, is a nonpartisan organization. There was a lot that was taking place with respect to the 3 Cs initiative, with respect to PTEC, the Partnership for Energy Cooperation in Central and Eastern Europe. There's a lot to be done, and we have to talk today about all the things that we can continue to do together. So today, we're bringing together decision makers and innovators from civil society and the private sector to discuss how geopolitics are impacting energy markets and the energy transition, particularly in the region. And I've said enough. We have a lot of opening remarks coming up. So I would like to turn the microphone over to the Honorable Ambassador from the Czech Republic, Miloslav Stashek.
Good morning, everybody. Ambassador Morningstar, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning as well. Allow me to welcome you to already 9th energy conference focused on the energy situation in Central and Eastern Europe and our future collaboration with the United States. I'm so pleased that year by year we are getting higher and higher representation. And when I saw the panels, they are really impressive. And I'm very much looking forward to the debate we'll be having today, focus on really where we are at the situation of this energy security in our region, but also more and more growing importance of our collaboration in the energy field with United States. If I look at our situation, I'm in the Czech Republic. For us, really, the most crucial moment and big wake-up call was Russian aggression to Ukraine, because it was the momentum when we start thinking and completely evaluating our energy security. Since that time, we comfortably live in the time when all energy resources we were getting from the pipelines from Russia, which were built during the Cold War. But the Russian invasion to Ukraine really shows us that we cannot sustain this way, because Russia is able to use this tool anytime and to basically destroy our democracy, destroy our economy. And the first momentum we had was to diversify our resources. But in the geographical location of countries like Czech Republic, like Slovakia, like Hungary, like Austria is very difficult to diversify our energy resources almost overnight because you don't have connectivity, we don't have the access to the sea. It means we need the help at the time, our friends, our allies as well. And I must say that our government reacted quite quickly, and the same year in 2022 we signed immediately the agreement with the Dutch government. We rented offshore terminal through which we got it first LNG from Louisiana. It means since that the export from the United States, I mean, in the field of LNG created almost 1/3 of our consumption. It means now I'm proud to say that we are completely independent on Russian LNG in Czech Republic. In the field of oil, the situation much complicated, but target of our government is to get completely out of Russian oil by summer next year. I would like to also mention the situation in the nuclear field, because with our climate, the nuclear energy become more and more important source of energy, and because our industry, which is creating almost 34% of our GDP, couldn't be fed only by the sun and wind energy, and we really welcome the decision of the Brussels in 2022. It was before the Czech presidency, it was during the French presidency that we really convinced Brussels that they accepted renewable source, the nuclear energy as the renewable source of energy, which means and bring the complete new renaissance to this industry in Czech Republic. You know it that now we are tendering 1+3 blocks in our two nuclear power stations in Temelín and Dukovany. We see a huge perspective in the SMR. It means now we are negotiating with 4 US companies and 1 British company to collaborate on the invention of those technologies, and we are planning in the future to build like between 7 and 10 SMRs to replace the current coal-based power stations, and to really fulfill our target to have the carbon neutral economy by 2050. It means you can see that since 2022, the energy situation in Czech Republic, but also in the countries around us, changed completely. The United States role is become crucial to us, and it become, I mean, the energy collaboration with US become the main pillar of our collaboration with the United States. But what is really very important is predictability of the development of energy sector in the United States from the long perspective. It means we need to know how the energy sector will develop in the United States. I know there are some plans to invest and to build some new terminals to enhance the capacity. Just 2 days ago, there was an announcement that the United States would like to double the capacity of LNG by 2028, which is the great news and good news for Europe. It means I would like to, in conclusion, to really wish you successful meeting, successful conference. I hope that you will be having opportunity to meet some new friends, new colleagues on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean in the United States and Europe as well, and looking forward to our debate. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the day. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I'm Landon Darrence. I'm the Senior Director of the Global Energy Center and the Morningstar Chair for Global Energy Security here at the Atlantic Council. Let me join Ambassador Morningstar and Ambassador Stashek and welcome you to the 9th Annual Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference. 9th Annual means this is a mainstay of the Global Energy Center. We'll be celebrating our 10th anniversary next year. And we've been engaged on this idea of cooperation in Central and Eastern European from day one, having a firm appreciation of the importance of the region to the transatlantic relationship and the importance of the region to energy security and a strong energy future. I believe, it's fair to say that in highlighting some of the notes that Ambassador Morningstar referenced, there's a lot of opportunity this year. We had elections in Brussels in June in Europe. We are seeing elections here in November. Change is challenging at times, but I think change also brings new opportunities to reinvigorate relationships and bring attention to issues that need to have sustained attention. We're going to hear remarks from the ambassador from Ukraine soon. Obviously, there are near-term challenges that Europe continues to deal with in the context of energy security, and that is being balanced against a persistent effort to decarbonize the energy system as we also seek to achieve our energy transition goals. Of course, the energy system is global, and so I think you'll hear also today about the context of what U.S.-China relationships mean and how Europe is in between these two conversations, these two countries that are pursuing very discrete and intentional energy strategies. All that to say, the conversation and dialogue at this 9th Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference should be robust. And that is the reason I am excited to welcome a series of keynote speakers this morning as we dig into some of these issues on industrial competitiveness, on decarbonization, on our energy security and shared future together. To start this day, and actually one housekeeping chore that I do want to say, each of the panel discussions is going to be streaming live on ACTV, YouTube, X, and on Facebook, so we're well covered in the social media space, and thank you for those joining online today. We're really excited to have you. They'll also be accessible for later viewing. So this is an on-the-record conversation. We want to get the message out there on the importance of the transatlantic partnership. To begin today's discussion, it's my pleasure now to invite the Minister of Energy, Mining, and Mineral Resources from the Republic of North Macedonia, Sanja Baznivoska. Thank you very much. Please, Madam Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies and honored guests, it is a profound honor for me to participate in the 9th Annual Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference here in Washington and to engage with all of you today on a topic of immense importance. Just a few days ago, I had the privilege of participating in a similar forum in Thessaloniki, Greece, and we exchanged valuable insights on the pressing issues of energy security in the region. It is reassuring to see that our understanding and approaches to these challenges are aligned, paving the way for a more collaborative future. Let me begin by stressing that North Macedonia, as a small nation, is already confronting the multifaceted challenges posed by geopolitical shifts, climate change, the volatility of fossil fuel prices, and the technological gap in energy innovation. For us, renewable energy is not just an option, it is a necessity. The transition to cleaner, more sustainable energy sources is no longer a question of if, but how fast we can do it. The transition presents both a challenge and an opportunity, and it's not only for the North Macedonia, but it's only for the entire region. In response to these challenges, I'm pleased to announce that for the first time, North Macedonia has established a dedicated ministry for energy, mining, and mineral resources. The new ministry is a testament to our government's unwavering commitment to addressing the complexities of the energy transition through a focused and coordinated approach. A primary objective of this ministry is to enhance coordination among domestic stakeholders, ensuring that our energy policies are coherent, comprehensive, and aligned with our national development objectives. However, we recognize that no country can undertake the energy transition in isolation, and particularly smaller nations like ours. The complexities and scale of the challenges we face will require collaboration across borders, sectors, and industry. We appreciate the help of the United States of America so far, and we are doing with their help the gas connector that we plan to build soon and to connect with Greece. To this end, the ministry is actively engaged in forging and strengthening partnerships with regional and global energy stakeholders. We are working in close collaboration with international financial institutions like the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the International Finance Corporation, and also the European Investment Bank. Together, we are advancing platform for just energy transition. It's a crucial initiative that prioritizes investment based on their contribution to economic well-being and also creation of the new opportunities. The platform is designed to facilitate the rapid and low-carbon energy transition of North Macedonia. We are all aware that this is a huge cost, and it's estimated around 3 billion euros for a small country like ours, and we aim to mobilize these resources through a combination of grants, loans, and other financial instruments. Beyond financial collaboration, we are also considering to focus on establishing partnerships for transfer of knowledge, technology, and the best practices. This partnership will be critical in addressing the technological gaps that currently hinder our progress. By working together with our regional neighbors and global partners, we can leverage shared expertise to accelerate the deployment of state-of-the-art renewable energy technologies. Moreover, we are committed to ensuring that the transition is inclusive and just. It is imperative that the benefits of the energy transition are shared equitably across all segments of society, and those who may be adversely affected, particularly in coal-dependent regions, are supported through targeted social and economic interventions. In closing, let me reassure that the path to a successful energy transition is through partnership. It is only by working together across borders, sectors, and disciplines that we can overcome the challenges before us and support the opportunities that lie ahead. North Macedonia stands ready to play its part in this global endeavor, and we look forward to continued collaboration with all of you and move towards a more sustainable, secure, and prosperous energy future. Thank you.
Madam Minister, thank you for your remarks, and share your sense that the energy transition is complex, but that it also breeds opportunities for cooperation and collaboration. To that end, I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker, who brought a tremendous amount of energy to this city, and her team has been a really strong partner with the Global Energy Center on energy transition and many other issues. And so it's my pleasure to welcome the Ambassador of the European Union to the United States, Jovita Neliopshena, to the stage. Madam Ambassador.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, first of all, Atlantic Council, for bringing us together for the ninth time. And it's really an important topic of today. But as you are planning to celebrate 10th anniversary, it is clear that for already 10 years we have been discussing not only energy security, geopolitical implications, transitions, but as well weaponization of energy. And actually, when you started the conference, was probably the year when the EU started the so-called energy union. And probably at that moment, we focused quite a lot on energy infrastructure and trying to connect, not connected parts of the EU, but it's always not enough. And sometimes, although we see the reality, we kind of try not to take it too serious. And it's really very nice to see Ambassador Morningstar and other colleagues here, and especially good friend Oksana, Ambassador of Ukraine to US. And I think that having a discussion on energy security right now is actually, we have to start from the main message that we are actually strongly condemning Russia's attack on sovereign neighbor, but first and foremost on attack of civilian infrastructure and, of course, the critical energy infrastructure. It's important for us, for the EU, of course, as well, to know that our support is unwavering for Ukraine, but as well for its neighbors, because as Minister noted, it's not energy security will not happen in isolation. So we continue to support Moldova on not only to address the short-term challenges in energy, but as well to work on the long-term and to guarantee energy security and independence, and to accelerate energy transition in the region as such. So let me focus on three main messages today. First of all, is EU support for energy security for Ukraine and Moldova. Our own major progress. I think that nothing on non-support could be important and valuable if we don't progress ourselves as the EU in gaining energy independence from Russia, and how EU and the US can actually work on energy security matters together. So first of all, I think a lot of our time should take our efforts and support Ukraine and Moldova in restoring their energy generation capabilities, deploying decentralized generation facilities which would bring energy generation closer to consumers and limit impact of potential strikes, increasing EU support of electricity to Ukraine and Moldova. The emergency synchronization of Ukraine and Moldova electricity systems to EU grid back in March 2022 has literally allowed Ukraine to keep the lights on and to avoid massive blackouts, attack after attack. Unfortunately, Russia has been directly targeting Ukrainian power plants and underground gas storages, moving away from previous strategies focused on electricity distribution and transmission grids. Despite our efforts, the energy situation in Ukraine is still deteriorating. EU has been helping Ukraine in these difficult times through and among others Union's civil protection mechanism as regards in-kind contribution, and Energy Community Ukraine Energy Support Fund regarding financial contributions and procurement of equipment. But all this is not enough. Ukraine needs more assistance. Our joint and continued international support will be crucial to allow essential repairs and to replace destroyed infrastructure and equipment, because winter is coming. As regards specific EU support to Moldova's energy security, I want to emphasize how well we have worked with our member states through the Team Europe approach, but also the international financial institutions to deploy 1 billion euros for that country. To conclude on this point, I want to praise both Ukraine and Moldova on their willingness to begin reform of energy sectors towards the objective of green recovery and climate neutrality. But nothing of that will be very plausible if you don't do your homeworks at home. So let me mention what we did actually to gain EU independence from Russia fossil fuels and in general fossil fuels for that matter. So through Repower EU, we have succeeded in 3 key areas. First of all, EU has reduced its natural gas and electricity consumption through energy saving and energy efficiency projects. We have accelerated the deployment of renewables. Last year, the EU produced more electricity from wind and solar than from gas, from the first time ever. So renewables is part of the energy security package for us already. We have diversified our providers. Here, I want to insist on facts and figures. The share of the Russia's gas in EU import dropped from 45% to less than 15%. This amounts to reduction of Russian gas entering the EU of more than 70% from 2021 to the end of the 2023. As the result of the Repower EU, current EU gas storages is filled of over 90%, well ahead of November 1st target we have put on ourselves. Special mention goes to US LNG, which represents the major factor in our diversification efforts. And when we talk about strategic alliance and strategic partners, This is where actually it matters. Finally, let me highlight a couple points of invaluable cooperation with the US on energy security. Shortly after beginning of Russia's aggression and full-scale invasion in Ukraine, we were able to set EU-US Energy Security Task Force. This important new diplomatic tool allowed to work us together efficiently to take swift, coordinated actions in order to secure short-term solutions to energy shortages in Europe. We made as well the best use of EU-US Energy Council and other high-level coordination mechanisms to look together to the mid- and long-term solutions for resilient and decarbonized energy systems across the Atlantic. Our teams are addressing a range of issues related to energy security, energy policy, clean energy technology development. Another good example, of course, is EU-US cooperation and the G7 and its energy coordination group for Ukraine that I mentioned earlier. This delivered 100 of diesel generators to keep hospitals, schools, and government building running. Let me conclude that our unwavering support for Ukraine and is really consistent with, and I hope will be consistent with US support for Ukraine. Doing alone, it's not the answer. EU in the last several years supported by more than 2 billion euros our neighbors in the east, in the south, and in the Balkans. But this is not enough even for the energy infrastructure. We have to do that work together and focus on the broader and long-term picture. Our economies of the future, our competitiveness, sustainability has to go hand in hand. And cheaper gas does not actually relieve Europe and other major economies of responsibility to move to zero emission as soon as possible and to help others to do the same, because renewables is part of our security, is part of the diversification. So thanks a lot again for having me here, and I wish you fruitful discussions over the day.
Madam Ambassador, thank you so much. I think that we share your passion that this requires a community to solve some of these challenges, and look forward to the Atlantic Council working closely with you and the embassy here moving forward on these topics. It goes without saying, and I don't think it's a surprise, that Ukraine has already been referenced several times this morning. I'm very pleased to be inviting the Ukrainian ambassador to the stage here. She's an advocate for the Ukrainian people in Washington, D.C., a strong partner of the Atlantic Council as we jointly push back on Russia's unjust war in the country. It's my pleasure to invite the ambassador of Ukraine to the United States, Oksana Markarova. Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Landon. It's always a pleasure to come back here to Atlantic Council, and especially for this very important energy discussion, to see so many experts and friends and all the friends, ambassadors in the audience, but also so many joining us online. It is very appropriate that for the past 9 years, we call it the discussion on the energy security. Because the discussion on energy, even though it's so important for our business development, for the prosperity of our countries, but not just in our part of the world, but especially in our part of the world, it's primarily about the security. And of course, today, on the 930th day of the full-fledged invasion, we talk about this invasion and the horrible attacks against the energy, and I will, of course, touch upon it. But I think it's very important to note that we're talking about during all 9 previous years. So even before Russia attacked us in 2014, even before Russia reinvaded us in 2022, frankly, ever since the breakup of the evil Soviet Empire, unlike the rest of us, who were captured nations in the Soviet Union and started working towards our independence, sovereignty, building a democratic states, Russia always used energy as a weapon against all of us. So it's not something new. We are dealing with the direct military attacks now, but it's not something new we're dealing with, whether it's selling cheap gas and then denying that gas, whether it's corrupting officials not only in Ukraine and former Soviet Union countries, but everywhere, and frankly, recruiting some of the officials from the European countries, whether it's building Nord Stream 2, which had only one goal, to actually enslave the rest of us for indefinite time, so that the point of making decisions for so many of us would be in Moscow. And unfortunately, it took the full-fledged invasion for all of us to do what actually we discussed and planned for a long time, but actually do it in a very condensed and organized and collective manner. And I would like to thank, of course, the United States and European Union, all the countries, first and foremost, for the rapid actions during this horrible 930 days, because Russia has started targeting our energy grid, our energy infrastructure since day one of the full-fledged war. Not only it's a way for them to attack civilians, to deny the way for people to live peacefully and normally in Ukraine, but it's also the way to completely destroy our way of living and make us surrender. Now, we did not surrender during 930 days, and even now, after they have destroyed 9 gigawatts of our electricity, of our energy production, which is frankly 50% of the energy generation in Ukraine, we will not surrender now. We all know the difficult winter is ahead of us, and we really appreciate all the efforts of everyone, from the energy group, which Ambassador already mentioned, to bilateral agreements with so many of our partners on the one hand, helping us to restore what is destroyed, helping us to protect, and we are trying to creatively and innovatively to do what frankly was not done before in any of the countries in protecting the energy grid or energy generation. But, you know, regardless of these short-term efforts, which are critical, and we need more of them, and today, during the discussions, you will hear more details from our Minister of Energy, Herman Halushenko, on where we are in the state of the situation today, what is the short-term needs, what are the long-term plans. But we just have to understand that the key problem here is the aggressive terroristic war, unprovoked, that Russia wages against Ukraine, but also against all of us. So every time we talk about energy or business or children being abducted into Russia, the main ask of Ukraine, and something that we ask you all to stay the course and advocate, is to provide us with more weapons, provide us with more air defense to defend everything, including the energy, and provide us with more long-term weapon capabilities so that we can actually win this war faster and put an end to the aggression, which is a source of the majority of the problems. Now, in addition to that, it's very important, and Ukraine is doing reforms even during the full-fledged war. And we have conducted many reforms, especially in the energy sphere, during the last a little bit more than 2 years, because we're trying to build not what was there before and what was destroyed by Russia, but actually leapfrog into new decentralized energy system, which would be more efficient, which would be more resilient, which would be more maneuverable, and which would actually be something that Ukraine could share with other countries around us. And this is what I would like to close with, that the story of the energy security and energy sector of Ukraine is not just the story of horrible attacks from Russia and destruction and the needs, which we have now. And again, we appreciate all the helps, and we need more of it in order to defend, restore, and rebuild right now in order to be able to provide our people with electricity, sewage, water, heat, because as we all know, energy is not just about electricity. Everything depends. And to also sustain our business, because right now, business is paying for the military expenditures in Ukraine. Business is actually sustaining our armed forces, which defend us from the Russian aggressors and defend all of us collectively from this terroristic state. But also Ukraine could and will be, I'm positive, a solution to so many global energy problems. And the reforms we have done before, and even during the first year of invasion, Ukraine still continued to export the electricity. And we can do much more with a well-developed nuclear energy and sector in Ukraine. And of course, I mean, the largest nuclear station is still occupied by the Russians, which is an appalling war crime which should be stopped, and we all should continue demanding them to leave it so that we can actually get back to normal operation of the largest nuclear plant in Europe, not only in Ukraine. But we can also be an example of the net zero economy, because we are moving rapidly towards it. We were moving before Russia started physically destroying our system. We are increasing the all kinds of alternative energy. We are experimenting with other nuclear options like SMRs. We already heard from the ambassador. A number of our neighbors and friends are actually putting an emphasis on that. And you know, so many of that we can do together. Ukraine could be an answer not only to the European energy problems, but to the global energy problems. So that, frankly, we all hope that soon we will not talk about energy security as a source of insecurity, but doing the case studies, how not only we won and defeated Russia in this horrible war of aggression, which we have to do for the sake of all of us, but also how the sad stories of this war led to more resilient, more decentralized, more effective energy systems, where Ukraine can share that with the world, and we can actually leapfrog into the more innovative future for all of us and return to resolving real problems which we know existed before Russia decided to start this war in 2014 and 2022. So again, thank you to Atlantic Council for always putting together such a wonderful group of experts for these discussions, and hopefully that at the end of this very, very productive day, we will have more answers and we will be more united around what we need to do now in order to double down, in order to do more before the end of this year, to achieve more, and hopefully to prepare for a much celebratory discussions for your 10th anniversary. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful discussions.
Ambassador Markova, thank you for your foresight and vision. In the moments of adversity, I think it's important that we also see opportunities. As you know, our very own Olga Kharkova and Charles Litchfield were in Ukraine recently and wrote a report that highlighted just some of the opportunities on the horizons in addition to the challenges. It's with this that I look forward to turning to a series of pre-recorded remarks, beginning with the Secretary of State from the Ministry of Climate and Environment of the Republic of Poland, Krzysztof Bolista.
Ladies and gentlemen, ministers, excellencies, dear colleagues, I wanted to welcome you and thank the Atlantic Council for inviting me to speak in the opening session of its yearly discussion on state of energy security of Central and Eastern Europe. And as a representative of the eastern corner of the EU, I would like to thank you for providing us with a platform to exchange and discuss policies that could make our part of the world more resilient against various threats in the energy sector. This year, however, the situation in our immediate neighborhood in particular is difficult. We all live in the shadow of Ukraine's brave fight against Russia, an aggressor who intentionally violates international rules and attacks energy and heating infrastructure to cause humanitarian crisis. Poland and numerous other nations provide assistance to Ukraine in many issues. It is an uphill battle, but we will do everything we can to avoid the darkest scenarios during the coming winter. I'm convinced that it is possible because over the last couple of years, the bond that unites Ukraine with the EU, but also the US, has become stronger than ever. The EU, for example, has managed to complete synchronization process of its electricity grids with Ukraine almost overnight. And we are going to continue that close cooperation. Poland already coordinates actions to avoid gas disruptions in the EU and blackouts in Ukraine in the months to come. Our electricity transmission system operators, with the help of the European Commission, some American partners and the Energy Community Secretariat, work on further increasing electricity flows between Poland and Ukraine to start within a month. Challenge is huge, but the working together and supporting Ukraine, we can make a massive change. Dear friends, I know that during your conference you will touch on many more aspects than just energy security. These will also cover energy transition. So let me give you some news from Warsaw on this particular front. We are now finalizing the update of our National Energy and Climate Plan, which is a fancy European speak for energy and climate strategy. In our case, it unveils an ambitious pathway in transforming the Polish economy. With the document ready in a couple of months, we will have a sound strategy to get our country to a modern low-emission energy system in less than a decade. A system that will power industries with affordable low-carbon energy, increasing our competitive edge. And I'm convinced that it will be an appeal for foreign investors. Other countries in our region, of course, have similar success stories. And we hope that in not too a distant future, conditions will also allow Ukraine to follow suit and maybe overtake us. This is my wish for Ukraine, but also for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, thank you for the invitation, and I wish you a constructive discussions today.
Well, now we welcome remarks from Senior Deputy State Secretary for Energy Security of Hungary, Csaba Marosvary.
Dear organizers, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express my excitement and honor to be invited to give virtual keynote speech here at the 9th Annual Central and East European Energy Security Conference. It is not only important to me because I can represent Hungary's standpoint, but also because for many years, including my previous positions in the gas industry before, I've closely dealt with regional natural gas security of supply issues in Central and Southeast Europe. The war in Ukraine caused an upheaval in Europe unseen for 8 decades, has been the source of multiple shocks in the European energy markets. The energy crisis of 2021-23 seems to be over if you look at the prices. However, various external threats and uncertainties in the security of energy supply have remained with us. In order to deal with these, regional cooperation and solidarity are of key importance. The war, that itself is a threat, has been raging for 2.5 years already and poses a direct and indirect threat to the region's and Hungary's energy security. Ukraine's energy system has been under attack, but also key European energy infrastructures have suffered unprecedented damages, just enough to mention the sabotage against Nord Stream pipelines 2 years ago. Energy policy debates have become ideological. The very physical, technological matters of energy supply and production have become politicized. The regional efforts for the diversification of gas supply and routes are hampered by the European Commission's refusal of much-needed funds for fossil infrastructure projects. No matter that regional security of supply-related infrastructure development is not complete. Furthermore, the role of the cheapest, large-scale and carbon-free energy source, nuclear energy, is constantly questioned due to ideological debates. A subcategory of politicization of energy supply are unilateral moves by some transit countries due to their own political agendas. The most recent example is the unilateral sanction imposed by Ukraine on Lukoil transit. Not only does it set a negative precedent, but also a direct threat to the region's oil supply, since the Croatian Adria pipeline has no sufficient capacity to cover all oil flows coming via Ukraine. In addition, Croatia's unfriendly tariff policy on oil transit since the beginning of the energy crisis is another politically motivated sour move. As for natural gas, last year we also faced politically motivated unilateral actions when Bulgaria imposed punitive duties on the transit of Russian gas to Central Europe. Energy security is a physical, technological question that realistically can be understood and handled in regional terms only. Hungary is a responsible player in the regional energy security supply system and is a pragmatic and realistic voice in the energy policy debates. Hungary understands the difficulties Ukraine has been facing in its energy industry and energy supply. We have provided Ukraine not only technical support with supplying parts to her energy industry, but we also have been a key player in the snap synchronization of Ukraine and Moldova with the European power system. Also, we contributed to the fast expansion of power import capacity available for Ukraine to 1,700 megawatts, again providing the largest share of the above-mentioned capacity. Hungary has been following a strong diversification policy line with regards to energy supplies and routes. We have physical connection with 6 of our 7 neighbors in natural gas, as well as with all of our neighbors in power supply. As for oil, due to the different nature of oil supply, we have a more limited room to maneuver with 2 supply routes only. Hungary also speaks up for the realization of infrastructure investments that enhance interconnectivity, facilitate access to new sources and routes, and generally underpin regional security of supply in oil, natural gas, and power. Our infrastructures have to be secure, resilient, and diversified. Hungary refuses the politicization of energy supply and the ideological approaches in the very physical and technological nature of energy, be it unilateral tariff hikes, taxes, duties, or even sanctions of energy flows by transit countries, the denial of funds from regional natural gas interconnectors by the European Commission, or the purely ideological negation of nuclear energy's importance in some European capitals. Regional cooperation and solidarity are of key importance in dealing with the challenges I mentioned. We have to collaborate with our direct neighbors and all regional partner countries in order to keep up the flow of molecules and electrons, and we have to work together in realizing the needed infrastructure developments that enhance the resilience of our energy systems and support the diversification of supply and routes. At the same time, we have to refrain from unilateral actions, including those ones that threaten each other's energy security. Hereby, I wish you an eventful conference, fruitful conversations, and forward-looking political and business decisions.
Well, welcome back. I think we've heard from a wide, diverse community this morning of speakers to kick off the 9th annual Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference. There will not always be congruence, but I think that we're going to deep dive on some of these challenges and these issues today as we seek to build and bolster collaborative and cooperative transatlantic partnerships. To get this conversation going, I'm excited to hand off the mic to Olga Kharkova from our Global Energy Center, who's going to lead a discussion on the partnership for industrial competitiveness throughout the energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Landon, and welcome everybody. Again, I'm Olga Kharkova. I run our European energy security work. It's a pleasure to see you here in the audience and to all of you who are joining us online. Very excited for this timely discussion on the partnerships for industrial competitiveness through the energy transition, which is the interesting piece of the conversation. You know, it feels like we went from the energy crisis to almost an industrial crisis, or perhaps one could argue we're here to discuss how to avoid an industrial crisis, that we're on the brink of it, particularly with the recent Draghi report that took a year in the making and solidified and put some numbers behind the conversation around the massive financing gap and some of the other specific action items that should be taken on both sides of the Atlantic. And for this reason, we brought this expert panel today for you to highlight potentially some of the answers, give some ideas, challenge some of the narratives. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce Josh Voles, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Europe, Eurasia, Africa, and the Middle East at the Department of energy. And then, of course, we also have with us Ambassador Urban Rusnak, who is the Ambassador at Large for Energy Security and Connectivity of the Slovak Republic. Welcome. We have Roger Martella, Chief Sustainability Officer and Head of Government Affairs at GE, providing the private sector perspective. And continuing the private sector voice, Andras Bocinaj, who is the Head of International Public Affairs at the MOL Group. Thank you again, all of you, for joining us. Josh, we'll start with you. How can DOE's engagement with our European stakeholders and other partners around the world, and just a broader transatlantic cooperation, create greater efficiencies and solve for that competitiveness issue? What is the role of the transatlantic cooperation?
Yeah, thank you, Olga. And thank you, Landon and colleagues at the Atlantic Council for convening this conversation. I think it's both timely and interesting given where we find ourselves, both in the energy transition and in just the calendar year as we approach winter, and so many of these issues for our Central and Eastern European colleagues are coming to the fore as we find ourselves very much in the throes of a war perpetrated by Vladimir Putin and his colleagues, using energy as a weapon and a means for gaining those political and those military ends. The competitiveness question is something that we've spent a lot of time talking about over the past year and a half, 2 years. President Biden and the Congress really saw an opportunity to put the United States on a forward-footing position by passing the Inflation Reduction Act and really catalyzing a lot of investment in the reindustrialization of the United States to try to create opportunities to secure supply chains and to provide more stable sources of energy. And the reaction from partners around the world was first surprise. And I think a lot of folks found themselves on a back foot after that announcement, because it was such a bold piece of legislation, and it really did move the needle quite significantly for investment in this space. But what we have been doing in the subsequent announcement of that legislation is really trying to demonstrate to our partners and allies globally that this is not something that should be seen as a win-lose scenario, but a win-win scenario, and one in which it is a rising tide that lifts all ships. The ability to bring down the cost of critical technologies that are important for both energy transition, decarbonization, and energy security is something that we're very focused on here in the United States. And one of the elements that we are trying to figure out, the kind of Gordian knot of how do you cooperate and compete, is something that, as you've mentioned, is really at the heart of the issue. And I think that there are a number of critical sectors where we have to do both. We have to both be able to create space for our industries and for our companies to compete, but we also have to do so in a way at a political and a geostrategic level that allows us to cooperate, because our near-peer competitors pose a significantly different value proposition when it comes to the idea of energy transition and energy security. So getting that space right of how do we cooperate and how do we compete is going to be incredibly important.
Thank you so much, Josh. Ambassador, Slovakia is known to be an industrial hub in the region, and at the same time, the country is landlocked. And having that as a barrier in terms of having as many options for various energy supplies. So in some ways, this creates some disadvantages. However, the country has been able to overcome those in many areas and productions of innovative technologies, clean energy technologies. Could you delve into how kind of energy interconnections and diversification of supplies and access to competitive energy and a country's position and homegrown energy potential, how does that connect to continuing that industrial hub strength into the future, especially as countries adjust to producing cleaner energy technology solution at scale at competitive prices? Easy question, right?
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, this is a very easy question. I would start to mentioning this problem of competitiveness and cooperation. I think this is a key issue, not only across the Atlantic, but also within the European Union. I think we are based on the same values, same political and democratic values, but at the same time we are competing for markets, and we need to look into the best possible options what we have. Slovakia indeed is a small and open economy, and we very much depend on one hand on the import of energy sources, on the other hand of our role in a global supply and value chain. So to make the problem more complicated, we inherited infrastructure which was linking us to the east, to the former Soviet Union, then to Russia, and on several occasions we felt the heat of those leftovers from the past. So what we are actually doing? So we completed our homework in a sense that we established the technical capabilities to import energy like oil and gas from other than eastern direction. So in case that the things go completely wrong and the transit through Ukraine will be stopped, so we can import energy to our country from elsewhere through our partners of European Union. But on a commercial level, we still use existing flows of energy, because they are simply more affordable. So what we are getting to this point of cooperation and competition. So we have to be able to compete with other countries in the region which are doing the same. First. Second problem or second issue is you touched upon the homegrown energy. Slovakia is landlocked country, so we have a limited space resources and limited access to the seas. So we made our bet already a long time ago to the nuclear energy. And the nuclear energy, in our case, is also some kind of problematic in a sense that we inherited infrastructure which was based on a Soviet-Russian technology. So, but this is the only way how we could sustain and to improve our carbon footprint. So we decided to stop producing electricity from coal last year. So we are almost 80% of electricity is generated from non-fossil fuels, with the exception of the gas. And for the future, we are betting for the more and non-Russian sources of energy. The government announced recently that we are working on plans to install a new nuclear source, which would be certainly from a different technology, which come from other sources. But in the meantime, we still have to bridge. And in the nuclear sector, we are bridging not a couple of years. So we have to bridge probably 1 or 2 decades, even more, to make sure that we have reliable and homegrown source of energy, an affordable source of energy, which is coming from the existing nuclear power station, nuclear blocks.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And both you and Josh mentioned the need to kind of combine both competing and cooperating, that we must find a way to do both. And I'm pleased to say that we will have a more detailed discussion on nuclear energy right after the break. So I hope all of you will stay for this riveting conversation. Roger, let's go to you next. GE is such a massive producer of clean energy solutions, technologies. So this conversation on competitiveness impacts you at various levels as a producer seeking energy sources that will allow for you to create efficiencies in your operations, compete with some of the other companies out there, but also you're thinking kind of down the stream of how your technologies are being implemented, integrated around the world, and how countries or utilities are thinking about integrating technologies that can help them reduce energy prices and be more competitive. So, I mean, it's just a very complex, layered question for a company, such as yourself, for an organization such as GE. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you're thinking through these challenges from both of those ends.
Well, thank you, Olga, for the question and for including the voice of the private sector here today with our colleagues. And I think just to echo what's been said, so at GE, we help produce 25% of the world's power. We've been doing this for 130 years. and started the electrification revolution. And we certainly see the opportunity, this transformative moment we're living in right now, that we're in this energy super cycle, I'd say the last 18, 24 months, and I think we're seeing that for a lot of reasons. Energy security, first and foremost. We heard from the ambassador from Ukraine, and not only for Ukraine and the support that us and our colleagues in the government are doing for Ukraine, but just how that's been a game changer for focusing on energy security, not only because of wars, but for so many reasons, like growing demand, industrialization, cybersecurity, and all kinds of reasons. We see, as Josh alluded to, this new fundamental era of partnership between the public sector and the private sector that I think started with the Inflation Reduction Act, but has quickly grown all around the world and has really been a catalyst for this forward momentum. And we see the conversation we're having today, that people now see the energy transition not as an economic disadvantage, but as an economic opportunity, as a competitive opportunity. And that's what we're seeing all around the world. And so this has become a very fast-moving catalyst, not only for energy and electrification, for decarbonization, but for economic development. That has to be core to what we're doing. And I've had the honor of working with the 3 Cs initiative, working with Central and Eastern European countries. Ambassador, thank you for your comments. And I have to say, to us, Central and Eastern Europe is one of the most attractive places in the world where we can be and where we can partner with. We're no longer of the mindset that we're going to make things in the US and just ship it and install in other places in the world. The whole world has to benefit from the economic development opportunities of the energy transition. There has to be a role, and we can talk about how do you parse that out. Not everybody gets a factory for this or a factory for that, but there's certain ways to do that. And things that are so attractive about Central and Eastern Europe, which makes me excited to be here and makes us excited every time we have the opportunity to engage with 3 Cs or TPEC or anything there. It's always a priority. Is just, first of all, their policy stance, I think, is among the best in the world. I might even go so far to say it's my favorite, because it's very aggressive, but it's very pragmatic. It's an all-of-the-above strategy that focuses on clean energy as the end game, but very pragmatic in how you get there with the use of gas, with the use of decarbonization and renewables and nuclear. And we think that is exactly the right model to be following, not only for Central and Eastern Europe, but for the rest of the world. So we're strong cheerleaders for the approach, and we want to see it proven correct. The second is this commitment to innovation. And we heard that from you, Ambassador, on the commitment to nuclear and the fact you're having a nuclear conversation. The Central and Eastern Europe is among our very top markets for small modular reactors and for innovating nuclear technology. And we want to see them own that. We want to see them succeed. We want to see them have a piece of that, not only for Central and Eastern Europe, but for their ability to innovate for the rest of the world. That's something they can export and really use that to drive economic development. So this commitment to innovation and being at the leading edge is another thing that makes us really excited about this region. And the third thing I'd say is their willingness to take some risks along the way, and their willingness to push the envelope, be at the leading edge. You see that with SMRs, but you also see that with creating the infrastructure for carbon capture, for hydrogen, doing a lot of things very quickly and efficiently, and betting big in ways that, frankly, our conventional system here has a harder time struggles with, and they can be a proof point at testing some of these technologies. So this is exactly the right time to have this conversation. It's such a transformative time. This is all happening in real time. We're now talking in years anymore, not even months. We're talking in weeks in terms of how we make progress. And this is always one of the most exciting parts of the world to be having these discussions.
Thank you so much, Roger. Continuing our discussion on the role of innovation when it comes to competitiveness. Where do you see the biggest impediments to deploying innovation at scale and at cost? And what is the role of cooperation in getting that innovation off the ground?
Well, thank you very much, Olga, for having me again. It's good to be back. I remember back, I think it was 4 or 3 years ago, it was a very different conversation. Since then, we had the perfect storm of COVID, the energy crisis, the war, and of course, there's the ongoing climate crisis. And I think this has very much changed the environment that we operate in, including MOL. So just to put MOL on the map for those briefly who don't know my company, although I would assume, this being a Central European conference, that there's some understanding of who we are. So we are the largest, one of the largest energy companies in Central Europe. Whenever we are in the Central European space, we are among the top 3 investors in the energy space. So what we do actually has an impact, I think, and how we think about the energy transition and innovation obviously does have an energy component to it. So in 2016, that's an early time, relatively speaking, MOL published its strategy, which we call the 2030 strategy, which has been updated twice since. it was, when I'm saying it was early, it was so much appreciated, I think, by the community, the investor community, that we even made it to the front page of the Wall Street Journal, which is not very often, believe me, that MOL makes it there. So anyway, this laid the groundwork for our role in the energy transition. We saw the writing on the wall. We know that we had to diversify away from fossil fuels, although I would say that our region, the impact of the decarbonization comes with a lag. So whatever happens in Western Europe, I think we have 10, 15 more years in terms of what the energy mix will be in our countries. But we have seen that this energy transition requires us to think in terms of not just this old kind of legacy linear integrated model that MOL has, which is basically upstream, downstream, midstream, but there's all these new streams coming online, all these new complexities entering the system, waste. I'll talk about waste because that's also part of the innovation that MOL has been dealing with, but also about other, green hydrogen. We just installed a 10 megawatt green hydrogen facility in our refinery in Szászlón, but we are playing the same for the refinery in Bratislava and Rijeka. So I think that's also the commitment. But this requires a very different thinking and a new ways of integrating. And I think if there's one thing large companies like MOL are good at, if we turn our attention to an issue, we have really good project management capabilities. So we are good at establishing, operating, and then optimizing large industrial systems. So a case in point, just last year, as of last year, we are the largest, waste managers in Hungary, and it's a concession for 35 years. It's a big experiment, and I think it's a great experiment because the Hungarian government realized that without optimizing the system, that there's no way that we are going to meet ultimately the EU quotas or EU percentages for recycling and landfilling rates. So when MOL put its mind to it, obviously, this is a completely different stream for us. And when it comes to innovation, yes, we, of course, look at this with a mind for innovation and how we can optimize this system to its best. So hopefully those Hungarians listening, whatever complaints they have had initially, the teething problems of this system has been resolved since. So I think that's the advantage that we have, and that's the reason, that's the direction that we have been going, and we keep updating this strategy, including with climate targets, and innovation obviously is part of it. Although I have to say that in terms of innovation, MOL is good at buying the best innovative technologies from the market. So we actually do have great teams who are analyzing all the different technologies, the best available technologies on the market, and reaching out and buying those technologies, including, for example, as part of the circular economy, the recycling technologies that obviously we have been looking at and either acquiring or testing, pilot testing. So maybe that's a long answer to your short question.
No, it's perfect. And I love the discussion around optimizing the system, because I just think it can mean so many different things. And I think the answer to what this definition is will change even next year in terms of additional ways to create efficiencies, improve cybersecurity, and interconnection with the customers or the end users. Just a quick reminder before we continue with our discussion that we would love to hear from you, those in the audience and online. If you could submit your questions to askac.org. And we have multiple team members here. If you're having any issues with finding this webpage or having any issues submitting the questions, our team would be happy to help you out. So please submit your questions. I can see them right there as they come in live. But we'll continue with our discussion. And Ambassador, we'll go to you first on this next question. So the first one is kind of, an easier kind of yes or no question, but then we'll dive into some more interesting angles. Can we actually become more competitive without this cooperation? What is the cost of missing out on cooperation? Not just, U.S., Europe, but, third countries, just broader global perspective on cooperation. And here's the interesting question, the interesting follow-up. Are there parts of the industrial policy, are there parts of this industrial conversation where we should say, you know what, this is the part where nations shouldn't cooperate. This is the part that really should remain more of kind of closed in, tied in. Maybe yes, maybe no. I want to hear from you, Ambassador, and then we'll go down the line. I know it's several layered questions there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olga, for this pertinent question. I think the issue of international cooperation is obviously done. So there is an added value, especially if you are a small country, you are condemned. You cannot do the things alone. So we in Slovakia even believe that even within the European Union, it's not enough space. So we need more space to cooperate with. And then the big question is coming from with whom you would cooperate and what kind of, how to resolve this issue with competitiveness and cooperation. And I think here we have to keep in mind the basic values in our world. So we have to make sure that we are ensuring the cooperation and deepening the cooperation, but not crossing on the same line in the critical sectors the values we stand for. Otherwise, it would create a new vulnerabilities. And if I learned something in recent years, what's happened in Russia, I spent most of my life working on a premises that yes, we can have the win-win situation in energy cooperation, and we have been constructing a European and Slovakian relation with our partners in the East on the win-win. So, well, let's do the business. Let's focus on added value we can generate and we create from energy cooperation. But it turned out that at the end of the day, when you have an ideological division, so you can get into a situation when you have to cross it, and it became sometimes impossible. Then the ideological division can hamper the cooperation. So for me, personally, this is a red line when across which you will start to get building a new vulnerabilities, and to make sure that you have to think twice or three times before creating such a new vulnerabilities in down on the road. Thank you.
So cooperation is important, but being more thoughtful about which parts are exposed and have the most risks. Roger?
I would agree. I don't see any downside. I was trying to think. I don't see any downside to the collaboration. We're dealing with a global issue on a global scale, and this is some of the world's most complicated technology. It's not the kind of thing that can be scaled in small quantities, and so I think the more collaboration, the more cooperation, the better. Having said that, I think collaboration can really lead to outcomes for individual countries. If we take a supply chain, let's go back to your nuclear example, small modular reactors, a big goal for Eastern and Central Europe to have a leadership role in the future of small modular reactors. We completely support it. It's a big part of my job. Anything we can do to support Central and Eastern Europe on SMRs, we're there with you. Now, not every country will probably be able to have each element of the supply chain for SMRs. Maybe not even every country will have like an engineering research center. But if we can look more holistically across the regions, I think we can do, and if we can cooperate, you can spread out different opportunities, different parts of the supply chain, different parts of the research, different parts of the STEM education, and how do you create these centers of excellence, across Central and Eastern Europe, so that as a whole, every country benefits from the region's leadership in SMRs. And that's just one example. And I think sometimes, even in the United States, we've learned from this. Every state wants to have a factory that does this, and every state wants to have a factory that does that. We've had to go to the states, and I think the Biden administration has been very helpful to us here, say, no, you don't each get to do that, but if you do this part of this supply chain, you do this part of the supply chain, everybody gets their jobs, everybody gets their factories, everybody gets the education, but we can then succeed as a whole. And so that's why I only see the upsides here. And I think, our role is to help maybe set some expectations and how to help drive solutions, because we want to see everybody benefit from these economic development opportunities.
No downside. All right, Andras, your thoughts?
I'm with Roger. I can't think of any single instance where cooperation would not be welcome. Although I would say that in terms of EU policies and the prescriptive nature of EU, instead of incentive-based, incentives that would lead companies towards certain technologies, I think that should be kept in national sort of hands. The energy mix, I think every country should be able to keep defining its own energy mix. So cooperation, great, but certain competencies, I think, should be left on that level, including not allowing supranational organizations to pick winners in terms of technology. I think that should be left up to the private sector.
Josh, are you with the ambassador or the private sector votes here?
Yes, is my answer. Look, I think the role of government is to create incentives, provide pathways, and support platforms for this kind of cooperation. I don't think it's an option. I don't think we have a choice of whether or not we are going to cooperate if we want to meet the moment of both transition and security and affordability. Yeah, it's something that, as Roger talked about earlier, it's too complex for any one of us to kind of go it alone, even with economies as large and as powerful and as diverse and as technically advanced as the United States. And you see that across the board in a lot of technologies. We've talked a lot about nuclear technology in this conversation. I don't want to kind of steal too much thunder from the next panel, but that's a great example of how if we don't cooperate with each other, then we expose ourselves to the ability for those who do not share our values to be successful in entering those markets. So yeah, I think we have to take a step back and talk about what is the nature of industrial policy. By definition, that means that it's industry interacting with the political sphere. And that's something that we have historically tried to keep, at least in the United States, a very light-handed touch on. And I think we're starting to see the necessity for a closer relationship between industry and policy. And so, as I said, we've, under the Biden-Harris administration, prioritized creating those incentives and helping to support those pathways and platforms for that cooperation.
Thank you, Josh. I'm glad to say that we already have some questions trickling in from the audience. This one is from Robert Sharada, who is the president of International Investor LLC. And Robert is asking, and I really like this question, about what investments must be made to internationalize the EU electrical grid. But let me add to this question too, and just a broader role of enhancing or optimizing. I mean, you kind of touched on this already, but the role of the grid in terms of creating more competitive economies, environments. Roger, let's start with you if you don't mind.
Well, I appreciate the question too, because I think one of the things we've all talked about the last couple of years is different than if we were here 3 years ago. I think one of the headline issues that have changed has been the emphasis on the grid and the need to invest in grid. And I think there's a well-established figure for every dollar we spend on power generation, we need to spend 3 on the grid, and that's both making it more resilient, modernizing it, addressing it from an energy security perspective. And I think there's growing alignment on that. I would say that people have had to come around on the need to invest in the grid. I think when you have dollars to spend, it's a more popular thing to do to point to something. I built this power plant, I built this factory, here's something you can look at and cut a ribbon on it, and you can see where your dollars went. Saying that I'm spending 3 times as much money to help you prevent the lights going out, I think historically has perhaps been a harder sell, but I think the world's come around on that to the point where now people see the grid as the fundamental backbone. It's the world's most complex machine, and we have not been handling it or treating it that way. And again, if I think about Central and Eastern Europe, I actually look at Ukraine and what they're doing. I mean, they've been working miracles to keep the lights on the most difficult of circumstances by managing the grid. That's effectively what they've been doing, and I think they've set an example for the rest of the world. I think Central and Eastern Europe, this is an opportunity to lead. I think there's some things that give them a head start and an advantage on showing what does this modern resilient grid look like, and how do we use that to create the clean energy grid for the future? How can we be the test bed? Probably easier to get things permitted there, easier to get those investments going, and easier just to get things done at scale and use that as an example. So it is probably the most important question that we're grappling with right now. And certainly from a business perspective, from a private perspective, we have a power business, we have a renewable energy business, we have an electrification business. The electrification business, by far our fastest growing business because of all these pressures.
Thank you so much. Andres, I know you touched on this a little bit. Anything to add?
Yes, and I can second that. I'm not by any means an expert on the electric industry, but I would say that very often, as a company, we are bumping up against the limitations of the grid, also in Hungary, but also in the region. So if the energy transition is really about the electrification of everything, which they say, but certainly most of our energy efficiency savings, as per our strategy, will come from the electrification electrification of certain processes, gas-fired turbines into electric motors, et cetera, but also as we are trying to feed the electricity that we produce in the future into the grid, that's going to be a problem. And famously in Hungary, they had to stop household power plants of being installed because of the limitations of the grid. So I'm sure this is a regional problem, and we're going to bump up against it in the future increasingly.
Thank you, Andras. Josh, anything to add to this?
I mean, the gentlemen have said it all. The grid is the heart of everything, and it is difficult sometimes to justify those investments. It's nice to be able to point to something big and something tangible, but if we don't get the grid right, it doesn't matter how much generation we bring online or how clean or how efficient it is. We got to get it from point A to point B. And so our Office of Grid Modernization and Grid Deployment Solutions at the Department of Energy is working very, very hard to figure out how to do that in a way that is as efficient and quick and clean as possible. And I think part of the issue that we see in terms of the headwind for that investment is the really cumbersome permitting process that's often associated with the grid, because it spans multiple jurisdictions. It's a lot of different land. It's a lot of different stakeholders that have to be consulted, as opposed to a single generation asset, which has got only one kind of geographic jurisdiction instead of permitting requirements there. So I think, again, getting back to what government can do and government can do best, I think helping to facilitate the ability to get that permitting done quickly and efficiently to address all of those stakeholder needs is going to really help facilitate the technologies and the deployment of those technologies with our private sector partners.
Thank you. Ambassador?
Well, I think everything has been said, but maybe I could add one single point, which is not in my backyard. I think this, especially for the grid, it's very, very valid point. And if you have to run the permitting process in democratic circumstances, so you cannot decide in one place, okay, this will be done this way. So you have to consult, you have to go across. There is a huge legislative expectations and something which has to be done before actually there is a decision on building a new pipeline, new connection. So it makes our system less competitive if you take on the global scale, because there are some other countries, some other systems, they are not take too much in the interest in decision-making process, the interest of the local community. They just decide and build. So, and they are able to provide the solution faster and sometimes seen from the industry more efficient way. So again, we have to rethink sometimes the way of how we deal with regulatory obstacles, and to understand where are our priorities, because without addressing those issues and without getting the public on our side in our systems, it will be impossible to do it in time.
Before we go to the rest of the questions, we got quite a few. This is fantastic. Let me just follow up on something you said, the not in the backyard, in my backyard issue. This seems like such a local, or at least national, grassroots engagement conversation. But let me push on this and ask you, is there more of a transatlantic or bilateral or broader cooperation component? Can we help each other exchange best practices on how to engage local communities? Or are there other ways for us to work together through this issue? From one end, it seems like a very local question. At the same time, I feel like there is some kind of a transatlantic piece to it. So, Ambassador, if you wanted to, and then I'll give an opportunity to others.
Thank you. I think you said, we already mentioned during the panel that the question are incentives. So we have to accept and admit that while we have to share the opportunities and the revenues with everyone along the value chain. So if you are building a interconnection or a line project, so we have to make sure that everyone along the line will have some time, will get something for it. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to get those people around, especially if you are talking on a cross-border interconnection, when you have to make investment on one side of the border for a benefit. In general, for the partners along the line. So you make sure that you will engage with communities, you will offer something in exchange.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to contribute on that?
I think we have learned at MOL that to engage the local communities, as you have said. So we have a number of large investments, and thankfully, I think through our engagement with these communities, you have seen that there was not a resistance against the larger investments that we have carried out in the past. I think they have been. Whether there's a kind of a transatlantic dimension to it, I think it depends. I mean, we are all people, so we respond to the same incentives and also penalties. But at the same time, it is a very cultural thing also. So if you go to a town hall meeting, for example, in the U.S. Discussing shale gas, I think it will be very different as one held in Europe because of the very different nature of the laws and the properties. So.
Thank you. We'll go back to the audience questions here from Elliot Roseman from USCA. Elliot is asking about how do we optimize the role of battery storage in the energy transition, and what roles do the batteries play in helping systems, countries become more competitive. I think this is, we're diving in a bit more towards the technical side, specific technologies now. But Andres, let's start with you real quick, and then we can see if others want to contribute.
Well, I'm really out of my depth when it comes to battery storage, so I would leave it to G to discuss this issue.
Absolutely fine to skip the questions too. I know we have quite a few here to get through, so absolutely no shame in that. Yes,
just very briefly, the one thing I'd say, without getting details on battery storage, I think this is a great example of something I was speaking about earlier, which is the ability for Central and Eastern Europe to kind of lead in certain technology, to lead in innovation. Battery storage is, I wouldn't say I'm an expert in it either. We're not, we're in the renewable energy space and how we interact with battery storage, but there's a lot more running room there to really commercialize the technology. And I think there's a hunger out there to be able to make those big bets. And so this innovation mentality that we see in Central and Eastern Europe, the 3 Cs initiatives, this is a great example of how they can really be a proof point and have that role to play both in the technology and the commercialization, economic development of it.
Anything else to add, or we can go to the next question?
Look, batteries are an incredibly important part of the energy transition. But I think that, like many aspects of this energy transition conversation, I fear that we can get too hung up on that as like the silver bullet that we're looking for to kind of solve for things like intermittency and renewables, the decarbonization of the entire system. So it's incredibly important, and I think, in terms of the topic that we've started our conversation with, in terms of competitiveness and cooperation, all of the inputs that go into those batteries currently come from a supply chain that is highly insecure and dominated by, the People's Republic of China, which, again, does not necessarily hold the same views, same values, and same standards that we do. And so we have to be careful about trading one vulnerability for the next. And the only way that we're going to be able to mitigate for that vulnerability in the supply chains that go into creating those batteries is to cooperate and to develop those resources collaboratively amongst like-mindeds. There's nobody that's going to be able to take that challenge of securing the critical minerals supply chain that's important for creating these batteries to do all of the things that we're talking about without cooperation.
Ambassador?
Maybe once we touched upon the critical minerals, we have to also to keep in mind the fast developing technologies. So probably the batteries of the future will be not the same technical, not the same chemistry as we have today. So when we are setting out the plans for decades ahead for the critical minerals, for some, for like a copper, it's clear that we will need them, but for some others, it has to be seen whether we will need the same amount of critical minerals based on the current most developed technologies in maybe in 2 decades. So that's a big question I think we have to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad Jeff is asking about heat pumps and, of course, the role. But let me expand that just a bit more, so it's not just this technology specific. Just a broader conversation around efficiency, cooperation here, because if we're honest, heat pumps are like some of the most effective efficiency solutions out there today. But where are some of the other massive efficiency gains that we're missing out on today that we should prioritize transatlantic cooperation on? Where are the most inefficient parts of the energy system that we should be paying attention to? Josh, let's start with you, if that's okay.
Sure. I think, at the Department of Energy, we're big on the concept of addition by subtraction. So the more efficiency gains that we have, the less inputs that we require the benefits there kind of flow down the line. We find some of the things that we are working on in terms of efficiency to be some of the most challenging. And not because of the technologies that are involved, but because of the policies that are required. Building codes, we know how to build hyper-efficient buildings. But how do you do that in an environment that has aged infrastructure, that has communities that don't necessarily, as we've talked about, support what's going to be required to change those building codes and to retrofit those buildings that need to be upgraded. So it really is a kind of a problem that hits at the intersection of technology and policy. And I think that has to do, coming back to what is our industrial policy and how do we engage our key stakeholders and our constituents in educating them about what the opportunities are and kind of what the sacrifices, frankly, that need to be made are when it comes to the financial element of things, paying for more, making some trade-offs in other parts of a sovereign budget that are required to prioritize these things. And I think, I want to come back to something that was said earlier in terms of that cooperation and that competition and the idea that we can all eat at the same time from the same table. We just might not have, nobody is going to be gorging themselves on the opportunity. And that's really a different kind of paradigm that I think is going to be essential for solving for this kind of cooperation and competition element, is that, it's not going to be kind of a feast or famine situation, but if we want to do this in a way that moves us in the direction of travel, that we want to go in and do so sustainably, we have to agree that we're all going to have to make some sacrifices.
Ambassador, anything to add?
I think it's fine.
Roger, Andrej?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Please, go ahead.
No, I just very briefly, I would like to say that for even a traditional or a legacy energy company like Mo, I think there's always room for energy efficiency. So we had several waves of energy efficiency improvements, for example, to our refining. Every time we are done with one, there's another one. There's always a scope for that. So currently we are investing around $150 million just in this new wave of investments into energy efficiency in our refineries. So I think that gives you a sense of course, technology changes, and as they changes, you have access to more efficient technologies, but there's always scope for that. And I think, if you, for example, include this in the KPI of certain people in your company, then you also have the right incentives for them to deliver these results.
Yes, please, Roger.
I just go back to the grid.
Yes.
I think the grid is the best
Exactly
way
the
to
grid.
get a system-wide energy efficiency and software and digital tools, which we haven't spoken about much today, but increasingly software, artificial intelligence, the smart grid to be able to manage it in real time, probably the single quickest way to get it to efficiency of an entire system.
Thank you all so much. We touched on this very briefly in your earlier comments, but I want to dive into the workforce development. Upskilling, reskilling, but a broader conversation around what kind of workforce will the future industrial, competitive industrial economies require? And, it's not so unilateral, because when we talk about future jobs and what kind of jobs the future generation wants, and utilizing automation, utilizing AI to create not just more jobs, but better jobs, better quality jobs, jobs that allow people to tap into their more advanced, creative talents. Something, less mundane can be taken over by machines. Something can be taken over by AI. So this broader conversation around how do we coordinate on who is training who, how do we exchange the skills, not to pick on nuclear too much, but we're seeing an example where it's such a valuable talent, and we're seeing countries struggle with, in some areas, for some reasons, due to the workforce shortage, expertise, experience in nuclear deployment. We're seeing that as being, and that's just one example, we're seeing that being a barrier, and that's just in one sector, one example. As we think about technologies of the futures that haven't even been invented today, how do we prepare? How do we look ahead? And why should we coordinate on this? How can we create efficiencies by planning out a better a better system, a better educational system in these areas. Ambassador, can we go to you on this?
So we wandered somewhere quite far from the original topic of the panel. But I think you touch upon one of the really important issues for the future. So we in Slovakia, you mentioned the nuclear energy, indeed. So we have established we have an established education system which is providing us with expertise and with experts for decades. But even in this sector, so we are sitting now and rethinking how to redesign it, how to make it more open. Because let's be very frank, so if you have very specialized technologies, you are preparing an expert for the technology, for running a nuclear power plant. So it's not the same. You cannot have a kind of, it's not interchangeable. So you have to focus on what you have or what you are planning to install. So again, there is kind of a general approach for the education that we should be more innovative, more flexible. And the lifetime of an individual, if we're looking for it. So I'm afraid that in the energy sector in general, we'll see down the road a more strict split between the still necessary manual work, which probably will be hardly taken over by robots or something like this. So you need to have people on the ground. And we have seen it in Ukraine when the situation went after the attacks of Russians, so destroying the lines, destroying the substations. So you need to have a workforce who is able to go there and actually to do it. It's not about the money. It's not about some technology available. But if you have the money, if you have a technology, if you don't have a workforce who is able and willing to go there and replace it, you have nothing. So it's critical. And I'm not sure that those people are paid well and they're getting the recognition. They have to, because we rely on them as a society. We don't recognize this, or we don't give them a status of this. On the other hand, you have very specialized, very high-paid jobs in a systematic approach, engineers and thinkers, etc., traders. So maybe they get a lot of resources, but they're also indispensable in the system. So we need to somehow to rethink and how to make sure that vocational education, and also for those who are necessary for running the system from bottom up, that everyone in the system will get a recognition and remuneration reasonable, and that we will be able to find those people in the years to come, willing and able to work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Roger and Andras, as we go to you, I also want to add just another quick question to this forward-looking discussion. Where are you seeing the gaps today, too, in addition to kind of talking through what we need to do for the future? But where are you seeing the workforce shortages today in your organizations, in your companies? Roger?
So this is one of the seriously most important things we're doing. GE Vernova became a separate company from GE after 130 years back in April, and we located our headquarters in Cambridge, Massachusetts, because we wanted to send a message that we understand and appreciate the concern and the weight of climate change on the younger generation. It certainly impacts my children. But we want to send an optimistic message that the younger generation can also be part of the solution, and that by committing to careers in this space, go work for some social media company, fine, if that's what you want to do, but we want to be right planted in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to remind students they can come work at a company like GE Vernova or other places and really have an impact on the future, and we're going to try to set them up for that. So this is one of the most, if not the most important things we're doing, but we're not limiting it to the United States. We recognize that communities all around the world have been underserved with access to STEM education, not even appreciating the careers and the opportunities that lie out there. So increasingly, as we focus on economic development, STEM education and just inspiring the workforce of the future is critical to that. So if we go into a country, if we're going to build an SMR in Eastern Europe, we're going to want to commit to going into the schools there, the universities, the high schools, and inspiring students who have historically been underserved, which include girls and women and people in communities we haven't reached before, to just encourage them, make them aware, and give them the resources so that the whole world gets to benefit from these opportunities. So it's both the sense of optimism that there are solutions out there and there's careers you can do to help be part of the solution. It's not all kind of bleak. And second, giving that workforce skill training so that you can have the skills to be able to contribute.
Andras?
I think the question for MOL is how you keep MOL as a workplace sexy for people, for young people to come in. We can talk about generations, and you know, we have had these discussions lots of times with our HR people. But the thing is, and this might not be the answer that you're looking for. Currently, the biggest gap, I think, is geologists and oil engineers. The ambassador is an oil engineer. I think the fossil fuels will still be needed for some time, and yet. It's not an attractive career anymore, apparently, for many people. So actually, how do we cover this gap until we still need fossil fuels and still need these kinds of people, young people? Sometimes you work with people very close to retirement or already in retirement. So actually, that's kind of a skills gap that we are facing. But also, that's a transitional thing. And after that, the question becomes how you attract the best and the brightest from and there are partnerships that we have with different universities that we work with in Hungary. The system makes that possible. So actually, whatever needs that MOL has, we talk to the market and we talk to universities. And I think that's a discussion, ongoing discussion, and we make sure that the next generations find whatever MOL will look like, because today we are an oil and gas company, increasing an energy company, but MOL will be around in 30 years, and it will be a totally different company. So if you're having this conversation, hopefully I will still be invited here in 30 years. We can discuss that and see how that develops. But I'm confident that we'll be able to have access to those streams of bright students coming out of university.
I hope our Gen Z audience and others looking to switch careers are, we're taking notes about some of the exciting opportunities out there in the energy sector. This is not, a surprising topic next, and I wanted to leave it towards kind of the end because I think this is one of the more robust discussions around industrial policy and competition. China and U.S. policy towards China, EU policy towards China, but also member states kind of individual bilateral perspective on cooperation with China, just the realities of them being such a massive producer and refiner of critical minerals. That's just a fact. So figuring out how do we align our policies and how do we approach that in the next 5 or so years. Josh, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that the relationship with China is certainly very complex, but it cannot be one of antagonism. As you've noted, Olga, the role that they play in the industrial ecosystem for energy, as well as the role they play as consumers of energy, necessitate an open and a facilitated conversation and dialogue with them. I think that it's important for us to collectively present an alternative value proposition to the Chinese offer. Which will help our partners and allies, both in Central and Eastern Europe, but also throughout the world, have different choices. And in doing so, perhaps that will also move the needle in terms of how business is done in Beijing. But it is a relationship that we can't walk away from. But we also need to be clear-eyed about what's happening and what the vulnerabilities are if we do not present a richer value proposition and an alternative to the Chinese offer. And so that's what we're very focused on, is making sure that there's diversification in options and diversification in effort.
Ambassador?
Well, China is incontrovertible, so you cannot go around China. So you have to live with it, you have to live with them, you have to find a proper way of engagement, and to make sure that there will be a benefit of this engagement without creating a new vulnerabilities and dependencies. So be cautious, in my opinion. It's important. It's important to correctly choose the sectors where we will engage with China. And in renewable technologies, in critical minerals, they build up an advantage which is not so easy to close the gap now. So the one solution, long-term solution, will be, again, to invest and to find, let's talk about those critical minerals. So if we'll be able to change the chemistry, to find something else, which will be more efficient, cheaper, and less concentrated in a Chinese manufacturing value chain, mining and manufacturing. So it will solve the problem on its own. So it's not the question whether we have to go to China if we have a different technology. So that's a question. But again, knowing Chinese entrepreneurial and grip and focus on innovation, so they will be very fast. They will not allow us to go and they will not give us a comfort to create this for our own sake. But so that's kind of a part of the competition which brings us the development and evolution faster for benefit of everyone. So there are some thoughts to what extent the Chinese innovation and investment in renewables are harmful or beneficial for the global energy transition. I would dare to say that without Chinese investment into solar panel, wind turbines, and etc., so we would not afford to have the global energy transition today. So we may dislike it on one hand, but on the other hand, if you look from the bigger perspective, from the perspective of the global energy transition, they make those stuff affordable for many, many other countries which would never afford it, be it produced in European Union and US alone. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. And we kind of go back to the innovation nexus. Roger.
Yeah, we have a political election coming up here in November. I think there's a debate tonight, and Europe's seen a lot of elections this year. And I think a lot of people are focusing on the differences of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris when it comes to energy policy. And there's a lot of differences out there on paper. But, I'm a little optimistic, I guess, sometimes. I'd like to believe that there's a way to say that perhaps the differences aren't as strong as they need to be, because this comes down to competitiveness. The world needs this energy, and the world needs this technology, and it's going to be innovated. And the question is going to be, who's going to do it? Is China going to completely innovate and provide all the energy for the world, or is a combination of partnership between the U.S. and Europe going to have leadership in this space? So that's why when I think about Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, I'd like to, if I had the chance to speak with both of them, I'd like to say this is something everybody needs to agree on. Whether you care about climate change or energy security, everybody agrees on competitiveness, and it gets you to the same place when it comes to these technologies. So we'll see where that goes. As I said, I'm an optimist, but I do think this should be kind of an apolitical point, regardless of any elections in any countries.
Andrzej.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you said the magic word competitiveness. Mm-hmm. I think that's the key. So if, for example, a company like MOL decides on different technologies, we weigh many risks and aspects, but the origin of that technology is probably, all things being equal and complying with sanctions and other legal issues, it's not one of them. So if that's the best available technology in the market, then we would be at a competitive disadvantage if we didn't take advantage of that. So I think hopefully this will induce other companies to up their game. And if we have established relationships with other companies who offer other technologies, obviously knowing that company also helps. But taking it like individual and in isolation, I think that's a fair choice for a private company to make, to have this, to be able to decide on the merits of any known technology. And that's what I think we'll be pursuing in the future.
All right, we are running out of time, but I think we have just a minute for a lightning round. So we'll do 10-second, 15-second answer from each of you, if that's all right. With the elections coming up here, debate tonight here in the United States, the EU Commission coming up with its 5, key strategic priorities. What should be the biggest, just quick answer, just one quick answer from each of you, the biggest changes to our industrial policy, whether on the US side or EU or both kind of transatlantic? Andrzej, we'll start with you.
That competitiveness. I think that's the issue, and it's increasingly being put on the agenda of the EU.
Okay, biggest change to the industrial policy. Roger.
Agree with the focus on innovation and technology, making sure that I'd say energy security and innovation and technology, that those remain our 2 North Stars.
Incredible.
I will repeat the same. So it's a question of investment in innovation and industrial policies, which will leave us.
Josh?
Yeah, as the ambassador said, investment, innovation, and an increased tolerance for risk. We got to be able to move. We have to move quick, and we have to realize that we're going to make some mistakes in being able to move quick and iterate.
Excellent note to end on. Thank you all for joining us here in the audience and online. Following this panel, we'll have a short break, but please join us for the nuclear panel right after the break. And thank you again to this fantastic audience. This will be available online for you to rewatch on the Atlantic Council website and multiple social media platforms. Thank you.
My name is Lauren Hughes. I'm the Deputy Director of the Nuclear Energy Policy Initiative at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. And it's my pleasure to moderate our panel, Replicating Wins and Overcoming Challenges in Nuclear Deployment. And here to help illuminate why some Central and Eastern European countries have already deployed nuclear generation or may soon be newcomer countries that adopt the technology is our best and brightest, our esteemed panel of experts. To my left is Alicia Duncan, Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Nuclear Energy Policy and Cooperation at the Office of Nuclear Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy. To her left is Andre Confortario, the Research Fellow at the Center on Regulation in Europe, also a Senior Research Associate at the Energy Policy Group. And to Andre's left is Katie Strangis, the Vice President of Government and International Affairs at Westinghouse. So I think to help our audience better understand this area and region, which certainly is not a monolith, I would like to start with an overview of your different engagements in the region. And I want to thank Alicia, who is back on our stage. You were with us in New York City last September at the Nuclear Energy Policy Summit, and you told us 95% of your job is travel. So I appreciate you taking this layover between trips to London and Kenya to be here with us today. So can you please provide us with a sense of the scope of your work in the region on nuclear energy cooperation?
Thank you, Lauren, for having me. And it's an honor to be here with this esteemed panel and join you all at the Atlantic Council today. The work that the Department of Energy has been doing on the continent has been vast and diverse. Obviously, the events of Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine have taken a lot of our time, energy, and resources, and we continue to support Ukraine in their efforts and look forward to the day where we can be working towards reconstruction. With that, we've seen a lot of countries that are turning away from the old VVER and looking towards other technology and specifically other partners that they consider to be strategic partners with intentions that are very supportive of the country's development of new nuclear. And to that end, we have seen countries like Romania, Bulgaria, Poland, and a few others that have expressed their continued support of the U.S. technology and the U.S. as a strategic partner. Mm-hmm. And therefore, we have worked with those countries on a bilateral basis to support not only their program, but their workforce development has been something that's been very key to us. For instance, in Poland, we placed a regional clean energy training center that is for the entire continent to be able to develop their human capacity. And we've looked at the areas where we know there will be some gaps and looked at how we can, in a cadre, cohort type of format, see if we can pool resources. One of those areas, of course, will be the regulatory capacity. We know that even countries like Romania, Slovenia, who have established regulators, will need to add more as they look to scale up their program. And therefore, when we look at the opportunity for us to develop a cadre of skilled regulatory authorities that can potentially move from project to project, gaining that resource, taking those lessons learned from country to country, very much like a model that already exists in the regulatory training space in Europe. So we've looked at those types of things in a multilateral forum called the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy, Climate, and Cooperation. What would an acronym be if it doesn't make you blink and take an extra breath? And we call that affectionately PTEC. I saw Josh Foltz here, and Josh might have mentioned PTEC previously. We just had a beautiful meeting in Romania, as a matter of fact. And so I see that multilateral format, which is all of the European countries, as an opportunity for look at how we may look at these national challenges, partner with them on a regional and continental basis, and see how we can best use our resources, because While there's a lot for us to do, I think the financial resources are finite. And so we've looked at both working nationally to help these countries that are ready to move their program forward, as well as multilaterally in a format like PTEC, so that we can bring the countries together and identify those commonly shared interests and challenges. The top 5 that I've heard from the PTEC community are, of course, the interest in small modular reactors, the interest of the back end of the fuel cycle, the interest in how we communicate about nuclear, because I think that's something that we struggle globally with. How we talk to people about nuclear. We talk a lot of times like we're speaking to people who are nuclear engineers, and that feeds into the challenge of stakeholder engagement and public acceptance when we do that. And the other piece of this also is just looking at how we build that workforce capacity that I've talked about. So those are the things that we've been doing on the continent. And of course, we don't want to do things in a vacuum. So we've worked with other like-minded countries who have similar interests, who have similar vision for the safe, secure use of nuclear energy, and we think that there is a huge opportunity for us to work as closely as we can, not only on the continent, but with like-minded countries as we work to solve these global challenges.
Well, thank you for such a fantastic overview at so many levels. You surveyed the U.S. government's whole-of-government approach. You touched on bilateral relationships, the multilateral consortia, and I think I really want to underscore what you said about time, energy, and resources being finite. So the more that we can have these kind of regional consortia to galvanize and have action is critical. So, and I think we'll also pivot back to your point on the fuel supply with Westinghouse, who is certainly trying to buttress the turn toward other sources for fuel, for VVERs. But Andre, can you provide even further granularity? Let's cross the Atlantic to your vantage point from Brussels. Thank you for flying here to be with us today. And Brussels was where we saw the first nuclear energy summit. Co-hosted and co-chaired, by the Belgian Prime Minister and the Director General for the International Atomic Energy Agency in March. I understand you were just at GlobeSec too. So can you describe the role that nuclear generation plays in countries within the region, and perhaps what demand signal you're hearing about in forums like that for future deployment?
Thank you very much for having me, first of all, and congratulations once again for a very timely event and I think interesting one. Indeed, I think the way nuclear is perceived in Europe has changed, and it started to change in 2022 even more so, I believe so. But it was not, at least to my view, it was not a direct or implicit, let's say, growth of how the nuclear sector is perceived, but rather a natural and an organic one building up from 2022 onwards. I'm saying that because in 2023, Ursula von der Leyen was still considering nuclear as probably an option. That was her words. At the beginning of this year, the summit, she was mentioning that some conditions need to be met by the nuclear industry in order for that to be a real solution for the 2050 targets and goals. Whereas 2 weeks ago, you mentioned GlobeSec, she literally mentioned that the solution for 2050 is, and I quote, renewables, nuclear, and energy efficiency. So, we've transitioned from the idea that nuclear is arguably part of a solution to the idea that nuclear is, together with renewables, the answer to 2050, a piece of the puzzle for 2050. Now, even more so, as we know, yesterday it was issued this very important report in Europe on competitiveness, also known as the Draghi report, on which the European Commission will build its new strategy over the next 5 years and next mandate. And being jet-lagged last evening, I started to read actually the report. And I was actually noticing that nuclear power, nuclear energy is featured quite significantly in the report. It is actually mentioned 52 times, and it's more or less at par with wind and solar, a bit less, but more or less in the same range or the same frequency as solar and wind. And I think that speaks volumes to how significant nuclear will be in the next decades leading up to 2050. And so I think it's kind of part of the bedrock of what the energy transition will need to be to 2050. So it's part of the answer. It's not the answer, but it's part of the answer. Going a bit more granular, as you mentioned, more specifically to the region, and just to support what you've mentioned, and I think PTEC was a case in point on the relevance of transatlantic partnership and the relevance of nuclear, let's say, sector over the next years and decades in the region. Because nuclear provides a good answer, a timely answer to many layers of the issues that Central and Eastern European countries are facing at the moment. We are talking about social issues. We are talking, obviously, about technical limitations that some of them have and starting points. We are talking about economic issues on the medium and long term, but obviously also about strategic and geopolitical factors that need to be considered in the next decades in the region. And I'll close just by saying that, next year you're reaching the 10th anniversary of this event, but probably in 5 or 10 years' time, Central and Eastern Europe will also be what it is today, non-EU member states, right? So the EU is looking at the enlargement process, and it looks into incorporating more member states into the European family. Of course, Ukraine and Moldova are, and Georgia are have a head start, but then we are also talking about Western Balkans and other countries in the region. And I think this is important for a couple of reasons. Apart from Ukraine, that has an experience in the nuclear sector that now faces some struggles because of the war in Ukraine, but apart from Ukraine, none of the other prospective members are actually looking actively into the nuclear power sector. And I think that is both an opportunity and a challenge. It's an opportunity because they need nuclear as a medium and long-term solution to address their needs, but at the same time, it may be a challenge because having no partner at the moment or direct partner to work on nuclear technologies, they may be approached by some other unreliable providers of nuclear technology. And I think that's important, especially if we are considering the enlargement process that the EU in this next mandate, bringing back to my first point, will have in its focus.
Thank you so much for that, Andre, and your timely answer, given that you stayed up late to read that report
52,
for us.
You counted 52.
52, yes.
Yeah.
And you certainly, I think, are right to mention the challenges of realizing that promise by 2050, which we will certainly touch on a little later in this panel. I cannot resist making a bad pun, given that frequency of the 52 times you mentioned, to just briefly have you touch on grid security and the role that nuclear energy plays in that stability.
Absolutely, and I think this is critical. If we talk about grids in general, leaving just a bit aside the nuclear benefits that we have from that. So Europe specifically will need huge investments in grids, specifically because it needs to have the capacity to move around the electricity surplus in one region to another region that has a deficit of electricity, right? So it could convert variable generation into more baseload-like generation. That is on one side, but at the same time, having increased nuclear capacity across the board, across the continent, would once again increase security of supply, reliability of supply, will basically reinforce the base load that the backbone, the electricity backbone that the European Union needs and its neighbor needs. So I think that is critical going forward. And if we want to see a sort of a silver lining in the fact that grids take a lot of time to be deployed, so the lead time is quite high, especially in Europe and in the US, one silver lining, if we want to see one, is the fact that nuclear capacities also take long to deploy that. So we can plan in advance the two combined. So are we planning to increase nuclear capacity in one specific region? So that goes hand in hand with grid reinforcement or grid upgrades if that is needed.
Thank you so much for that. And it's nice to hear you echo what Roger Martella said on the last panel about the grid being the backbone of, fundamental backbone. Yes. So Katie, last but not least, certainly, can you please tell us about Westinghouse's activities in Central and Eastern Europe?
Of course. First of all, thank you, Lauren, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for inviting me here today to represent the Westinghouse Electric Company. in our view, nuclear energy is having a moment like none other before. And we see activities in Central and Eastern Europe that reflect that moment. Our activities, Westinghouse activities, are closely aligned with Central and Eastern Europe's goals for energy security, resiliency, and diversification. We have a full suite of reactors operating and in development that we think can answer all of the challenges that exist in Central and Eastern Europe. Our AP1000 is our large, sort of the standard reactor you are used to seeing, and we are in the process of working on 3 of those in 3 destinations. So reactors in Poland, in Bulgaria, and in Ukraine. Our experience in Ukraine has been, and I can speak more about it because the fuel is an important point as well, but our experience in Ukraine has been that despite the awful challenges they're facing, they are actively planning for reconstruction and rebuilding and a secure energy grid. And to that end, they have contracted with us for 9 nuclear reactors. Some of which, if the financing works out, we can do that work ahead of time. So when the war is over, we can go right in, and those can be, we can eliminate some of that long lead time. So that's really exciting. It's also important to Westinghouse to develop the localization is part of every contract we have. So percentage of localization exists in every market we go into. We want to develop the workforce. We want to develop the community. We partner on education and training. We want, for example, we're most active right now in Poland. We want to develop a Polish workforce that can go out as other countries in Eastern and Central Europe turn to nuclear and help train themselves. When you build a large nuclear reactor, you're creating could be 100 years of high-paying, technical, secure jobs. And when you have that community there, you're also helping build infrastructure, and you're building schools and restaurants and community. And Westinghouse feels really strongly that all of those things are important. We don't want to go in, build a reactor, operate it, and not be part of that global community, especially as we're so aligned with the U.S. government's goals here now, and pushing back on Russia and other aggressors, and securing clean energy for the future.
Thank you so much for that, Katie, and for highlighting the work underway in Poland and Ukraine. And my understanding is some of those 9 reactors may be at existing sites.
Yes.
Yes, and I just also appreciate how you're all building on what the other is saying, but that I think your point in particular emphasizes that a reactor is not like any other commodity, where it's this strategic asset where then you're building an 80 to 100-year relationship with a host community and country.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that.
We try to emphasize that as well. It's a relationship. It's a very long-term relationship.
Yeah. And then those benefits can also be amplified, as you said, by describing what Alicia said was kind of a project-to-project momentum, where you can use that training in a way to benefit the entire region. And we, of course, don't shy away from challenges. So before we end with talking about replicating wins, let's meet the challenge of the day head on. Alicia, can you expand on some of the challenges that you have faced in your office in fostering international cooperation, and how you've hopefully overcome them?
Sure. And that is, I think, a very important question, because people speak about nuclear, they speak about the moment, they speak about a lot of things, but we all know that there are many challenges, and like any relationship, if we're being honest, there are going to be challenges. And I think some of the things that we have seen, one is that a country, regardless of their experience, and partnering with the United States and government and its companies may not be keenly aware of the number of advisors, consultants, professionals that they need in the space. Oftentimes they believe that working with the United States is like working with a state-owned entity, and that there is a silver platter that we are going to bring, and that everything is laid out and coordinated in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the U.S. government is not organized in that manner, and therefore, we have spent years with some countries that already have nuclear programs, trying to make sure they understand the financial aspects, the legal aspects, et cetera. And that just to get them to a point where they understand that we're not there to tell them what to do, and that these decisions are a national decision. And that's taken time, and many times that's been very painful. I think the other thing is that the countries don't recognize the responsibility to make sure that there is a sovereign guarantee. And therefore, that too could come years after agreements, discussions, cooperation, et cetera, have started. And they're trying to organize that, and then there might be changing governments, et cetera. So I think that those types of things, if we were to put a playbook together, those things would be some of the things we'd want to highlight, because our view is that we're here to partner with you. At the end of the day, this is your program, your project, and as Katie said, we want to make sure that you have the talent localized, that you're making the decision, and that this is something that you own, because the United States government does not own any assets. I think another challenge that I'd mentioned, which will come as no surprise to anyone, of course, would be our ability to mobilize financing. We've come a long way in the past few years with export credit agencies rolling back some of their self-imposed prohibitions. We still look to entities like the World Bank and others to be supportive of financing nuclear projects. Of course, what the Commission determined on the categorization of nuclear was extremely helpful. But I've found that one of the biggest challenges for all of these entities is they don't understand nuclear. And so if we are able in some small or large way to provide that education, and the Department of Energy has been so forward-leaning in this, that we've offered actual expertise bodies to go sit in our export credit agencies if they want them, in order to help them understand where the risks actually are in the life of a project, and how they might be able to move more seamlessly in the financing. I think it's critically important that we recognize on both sides, the United States specifically, that the government got into this industry business just a few years ago. This was not the way things operated. We weren't in industry's business. And the partnership that we've supported industry on to be able to help the governments put policies in place, to put policies in place in our own government, has really been something that's not even a decade old. And so we're learning as we go. And that's why I said we've made a tremendous amount of progress. Of course, there's more for us to do. We're fortunate that we've seen bipartisan support. So regardless of administration changes, we're able to continue to move forward on a path that gets us to that solution that we've decided we all need globally to be able to meet our climate objectives and meet the energy security goals that we will need to have.
Well, thank you so much for that, and delineating some of the challenges at the global market level with, given that we don't have state-owned enterprises or build, own, operate models, that the decision must be grounded in the state and the community, and they need to own it. I do also appreciate what you also touched on in terms of a global challenge in terms of energy literacy. And if I may be so bold, you said this on the stage in September of last year, is that it's sometimes tough to level set, because all of us can improve in our understanding, but particularly when it needs to be in a comprehensive context for the energy mix. But I think, too, the financing piece is a critical one, and one I think we've heard a lot about this morning, and certainly something to keep in mind. And Andre, if you'd like to respond extemporaneously, but could you also survey what you view are some of the hurdles to reactor deployments?
So I think more specifically for maybe for the region, I don't want to be redundant, so I'll try to just complement a bit, and I'll flip a bit your question. Instead of looking a bit of what were the challenges, let's try to find the answers to, or to understand what worked actually. And I'm looking at the last decade that you mentioned, not necessarily the last 2 years, maybe the last decade. The reasons, I mean, what are the reasons for countries opting actually for the nuclear power solution were, I think, 3 of them. Either an urgent need to look into nuclear on medium and long term, more specifically to landlocked countries probably that have, a need on the medium and long term to deploy this kind of technology. Then a previous experience with the nuclear sector is helping, those countries to take decisions for additional capacities, or a strong and reliable partnership with the US, a transatlantic partnership. It's either one of these 3 options or a combination of these 3 options. And I'm looking once again at the last decade. It is not because we had EU-wide subsidies or EU-wide, let's say, financing support or state aid. For sure, it was not because we had targets at EU level. No doubt about that. So this is not the reason why for some countries that worked or that agenda advanced. Moving forward, I think it's once again what you mentioned at the beginning. It's both financing and regulation that should support, these decisions, which are, by the way, nuclear. Going ahead with nuclear is a specific state or domestic, let's say, decision. It's more so than any other technologies or any other, let's say, options in the energy sector, arguably. So, having the right frameworks, having the right financing tools, and there are many that we are talking about now, PPPs and bonds and any other, let's say, options that we have on the table that would support these countries and others on the medium and long term. But if I may, let me just try to answer also in a bit of a different way to your question on the challenges. I think it's also a matter of, and I don't want to say this in a bad way, but it's a bit of a short-termism when it comes to the energy sector, which historically it was not the case. So it's both on the cost side and the profit side. So on the profit side, the investor's appetite or the time to EBITDA has decreased over years. So investors want high revenues on the short term. It was not the 100 years or 80 years, let's say, investment that provides a reliable and long-term, let's say, revenue. It's more of a short-term time to EBITDA, a high time to EBITDA, which attract some money from one sector to another. But there's also the cost aspect to the short-termism, because, of course, some costs have increased, especially after the pandemic. We've seen that across geographies, I believe, everywhere. But it's also a matter of lead time. So, of course, you do wait 2 years for a transformer. You do wait 2 years for blades or for other, let's say, utility-scale renewable capacities, but you wait even more, way more, for a Calandria vessel. So, in that sense, lead time also translates into higher costs. So that's why maybe the appetite of some investors has decreased a bit over the years. And once again, regulation and financing should address this gap and should overcome or offset these challenges.
Thank you so much for really drilling down into that. And I think it's certainly useful to think through the time horizons on all of those different aspects, on the physicality of the critical infrastructure, of the kind of the calculus of the financiers and their return on investment horizon. And so I just think I want to turn also to Katie, as you look at these challenges that have been described by your co-panelists and of bolstering energy security and advancing deep decarbonization, what role do you see for Westinghouse's reactor technologies in Central and Eastern Europe?
Forgive me, Alicia, for echoing everything you say, but I completely agree. Not being state-owned enterprises in the United States is a challenge in itself. We often have to explain that over and over again that others can offer backing from their government that we cannot, and thus our partnership with the US government is absolutely critical. And I can give you a good example of that. The Department of Energy worked on signing an intergovernmental agreement with the Polish government, and that led us essentially to where we are now, working with Bechtel as the constructor to build reactors in Poland. We have sites designated. Actually, our CEO and team are over there this week to tour. But it really, the whole process, the way was smoothed by that intergovernmental agreement. So even though we're not state-owned enterprises, the relationship is absolutely critical, and you couldn't do one without the other. But as I said, like just explaining that how the United States operates in that way is a challenge when we're going into new markets. Also, I think the financing, we work very hard with the financing agencies. And again, to echo Alicia, there's a huge element of education. And I worked for many years in the government, so I can say that, in my former life, I was part of that as well. Just explaining, that what people see as risk and how we mitigate that. And how these are actually safe investments in clean energy. And I think that those are probably the biggest challenges right now for Westinghouse, for industry.
I'd like to add one more, and I think the procurement process can sometimes be very challenging, and countries believing that there's a responsibility that a U.S. entity should take in assuming some of the risk of the project. And I think that those things, while that works for the country in the way that they do business, we've seen that those can be very problematic sometimes. Katie mentioned an instance where we have a project developer and a technology provider. Sometimes procurement processes don't lend themselves to that, and the request that there's a risk-sharing element sometimes can be problematic as well.
I so appreciate all of your comments, and it reminds me of something that current American Nuclear Society President Lisa Marshall said about the nuclear innovation ecosystem, where it's comprised of people, products, and policies. And I think we've really hit all of those areas and how some of them compound or interact with one another, particularly in terms of that risk management piece, where a lot of it is about having sustained engagement and communication so that that risk can be managed on multiple vectors simultaneously, as on the procurement side in terms of just communicating that there is not a silver platter that's coming, and then what do you do with that once that expectation is then made clear. And I do want to rise to a challenge that my colleague Olga made at the end of the last panel when she talked about the workforce pipeline and did identify nuclear as a particular sector where that is a challenge. So I'd just like to open the question to all of you about, where can we, do you see a challenge there that you perceive, and how fundamental is that capacity building? I think we've already touched on a little bit in terms of fostering strategic relationships.
I think, if I may, that is a critical issue, again, to this long-term relationship that we're building. Because we're not a state-owned enterprise, we don't just, send our workers there to build it, operate, and not be part of the community. I think it will come as no surprise to anyone when I say I think American technology is the best technology, the safest, the cleanest, the most innovative. But part of that also is the relationship building. To that end, we were happy to have over 30 Polish suppliers visit our headquarters in Cranberry over the summer. We have actually Eastern European interns come over every summer, and it's really exciting, and they do really well and often end up becoming part of Westinghouse back in their own country. So those kinds of things are really important to us, and just to the industry in general?
You just stole one of my final remarks with the question on skills, but that's fine. No, I think this is critical. And I'm Romanian. My hometown actually has a nuclear power plant, Cernavodă. So I know that for a fact. You know, I have colleagues that have moved around and have moved away from Romania and are now working in other regions because there's a demand in other regions. And I think the thing about human capital is it has at least two dimensions. One is, you know, the upcoming or the future workforce that we need to train and skill, you know, in the specific, let's say, field. And I think we are advancing on that. It goes hand in hand with this, let's say, nuclear revival that we are seeing over the years. But I think the demand for specialists in the field is much higher than we can actually supply at the moment. That's one dimension. The other dimension is the current workforce that we have. And I mean, some Central Eastern European countries have lost actually a significant portion of the skilled workforce. And I think there is we might try to bring some of it back. Not sure if Europe or Central Eastern Europe is competitive in that regards, but we would need to try to do that in order to address the, let's say, medium-term shortages that we will have. But coming back to your point, the idea of people, products, and policies, I think this topic specifically bridges at least on the two, policies and people. So if you don't have the right policies, you know, that would, you know, obviously incentivize the sector or the sector's development, then you don't have the people. If you don't have the people, then there's no point there's no point. Obviously, you have policies, but there's no implementation force to do that. So there's across the board, I think this is a conversation that we need to have in the energy transition as a whole, but more specifically to some specific domains like the nuclear sector is, which is quite different than all the others.
Thank you. Well, I've certainly enjoyed most the workforce development piece of when I'm traveling. Because the people, to me, are the heart of anything. And if you don't have the right people with the right vision, with the right training, then you're going to struggle. Mm-hmm. And what I've seen, regardless of what country I am and what continent I'm on, is that there's an amazing group of young people, no matter where you go. And they are excited about the future. Now, some people say they have more energy than some of the seasoned folks like myself, and that's up for debate. But I am always struck by the fact that if I walk into a high school, if I talk to some 6-year-olds, they know a lot about nuclear. And they don't look at it with the legacy lens of people who've watched The Simpsons or are familiar with, you know, other casting of nuclear. And we need to make sure that we are gravitating to include them. And for me, workforce development is not only about the skills that we're imparting, it's also about the culture that we have to change. Because as some of us get ready to retire, because we've done our good and faithful work, there are others that we need to welcome in. And mentoring and knowledge management, all of those things are very key in a culture change. There are some cultures where the voice of the young people are silenced, whether they are employees at a nuclear institution or not. And to me, again, that's unacceptable because these people are who we're going to pass the baton to. And so leadership has been something that I have been preaching that we need more of in the training, because a lot of the people in nuclear have been promoted because of their scientific ability. And a degree does not therefore make one a great leader. And so I'm very, very adamant that we need to make sure that we're integrating leadership very young in this new generation of folks that we have, in addition to making sure that we leverage our dollar as much as we can. So a concept that is a regional or continental concept like the training centers I've mentioned, I think are a key way for us to deliver the training. Another thing I think is important is that people think that nuclear is really nuclear engineering focused. And when in fact, the number or percentage, if you will, of the profession is easily less than 10% in a program. And people need to understand that these skills like welding, for instance, where in Ghana they pay $50,000 for 2 weeks of welding, is a very respectable profession. And everyone, whether they're in Africa or Asia, cannot be a doctor or a lawyer. So therefore, we need to understand that parents and others in society who think that their children must be those two professions in order to make a difference in the world start to support their desires to be all of these vast array of professions that support nuclear programs. And I was just in Africa, as you mentioned, and I make the statement, because Asia is the same way, I make the statement everywhere I go. It's great, but I think we have enough doctors and lawyers. We definitely have enough lawyers.
Hey.
We definitely have enough lawyers, my good friend Katie. But I think it's just critically important that we start to normalize the fact that these labor professions are critically important to the sector. Everybody doesn't need to be a nuclear engineer to contribute. And we start to talk to people about how their interests, whether it's food science, all of the various pieces that go into it, how that feeds into supporting the nuclear ecosphere. So when we talk about workforce development, again, I come back to education and training to make sure that not just nuclear engineering is a focus, but that there's a whole ecosystem of professions, whether it's communications, HR, skilled labor, whatever, that we need people to join us in. And I think my final point would be that there is definitely space for all of us seasoned professionals. We have the experience, we have the leadership, we have the wisdom, and we're going to need to make sure we hold hands with these people, young, middle, seasoned as well, as they come in and maybe change professions so that we can all be a part, because there's room for everyone. And let us not forget that where we're putting nuclear plants and coal sites, a lot of that is transferable. And so we're going to need to make sure that we pay attention to that, as well as people that we're training now that might not be ready to actually work on anything for a 10-year period, that we create opportunities for them, whether it's international or not, and that their countries have programs and policies in place to welcome them back and place them in a sector.
Alicia will be very happy to know that I'm pushing my 8-year-old son towards science and technology, not to being a lawyer or a doctor.
Going back to the energy literacy piece.
Yes.
No, thank you all for those gems of wisdom, and I do appreciate, Alicia, that focus on that there is enough opportunity to go around for everyone, and I do want to underscore what you said, that it goes beyond just nuclear engineers that are needed. It is within the U.S. context, but of course the DOE Pathways to Liftoff Advanced Nuclear Report does a fantastic job of surveying where some of those needs are. You mentioned welders, electricians, so many other high quality, above average wage jobs that can be economic engines for communities, even if they don't potentially site a reactor, perhaps within the ecosystem of Central and Eastern Europe or globally, that could benefit. And I think, too, just your call to being leaders in different ways and it's imperative upon all of us to have some humility and try and meet communities where they're at and better understand their positions and interests to advance potential new nuclear projects. And to build on this optimism and opportunity, let's finish out our session with talking about replicating wins. And Alicia, I'll stay with you for a second and just say, where do you see opportunities for Central and Eastern Europe in the near and long term, and how do we realize that potential?
Well, I've named a few countries already, as has Katie, that are really driving their programs and have been very clear about their intentions and their technology selections. I think what will be key as a win is that we make sure we leverage all of the lessons learned so that we don't have folks who are starting from scratch. And that sounds easier than actually is, because we need to make sure that there's not only a cohesiveness in that communication of lessons learned, but also a candor. And sometimes folks just don't want to admit, where they might have stumbled and where they could have done things more efficiently. And that's why I was very clear to say in the United States, we're struggling with this, we're struggling with that, and in terms of the financing realm. So I think that the lessons learned are going to help us as a big win. Two, I think the long-term support of reconstruction for Ukraine is going to be key for all of us. I know that in Central and Eastern Europe, there are quite a few countries that are really leading the charge on that, and the U.S. has been very honored to partner with them. But we need to make sure that Ukraine is the only country, because, once Minister Galashchenko said, it's Ukraine now, could be another country in the future. So I think we really need to always be focused on the fact that energy security is extremely important, and that we need to do all that we can to support our neighbors and friends in this area. The third thing, I think, is that we need to look at the fact that, workforce development and the workforce is not only going to come from the national country. It is a clear fact that in Africa, their youth population is poised to be 40% of the global workforce in a few short years. And so we need to start making sure that we prioritize workforce development there, because we all are going to need that workforce. My final piece, so that Andre doesn't say I stole something from him in his closing remarks, is that I want to make sure that we pay close attention to the percentage of women that are in the workforce, that those opportunities are created, because we have women comprising 50% of the population pretty much everywhere you go. In the sector, that number is an abomination of women. Sometimes 20, depending on the country, 20%, sometimes 30. But we have an important workforce to draw from. We need to make sure we create the conditions in the ministries and the agencies and the industry for these women to thrive, not just to attract them, but to retain, develop, and promote them. So I'll stop there. But I think there's a lot for us to do, but I'm very, very, very excited about what we're going to be able to accomplish.
Thank you so much for that. Andre, would you like to build on what Alicia said and talk about other regulatory and policy successes you've seen?
So I think, as I said, I think going on or expanding a nuclear program depends on a domestic decision. It's a domestic decision at the end of the day. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that we cannot work together specifically on supply chains for components and for the industry as a whole, training, and all the other things that are exportable or cross boundary, let's say, option. And at the same time, I think cooperation is very much needed when it comes to SMRs, to small modular reactors, specifically because we are discussing now about first of a kind, right? So there is a need for support and a need for cooperation and collaboration to streamline 60, 70 plus designs that we have in different stages at the moment to a few specific ones, because only then we can talk about economies of scale, only then we can talk about modular, let's say, components that would build into final generation outputs, units. So cooperation is needed across geographies, across the Atlantic. So I think that is key to bring this first of a kind technology to scale, economies of scale, and then to the nth of a kind cost efficiency eventually. And I think one of the advantages that we should also maybe talk a bit more about is that, sure, once you build nuclear units, you may have increased costs for whatever reasons. I get this argument, and I agree to that. At the same time, once you have the unit running, the output, the electricity output, is the most predictable electricity in terms of cost that you have across the board. It's almost not being influenced, has no influence on, I mean, fuel does not have that much of an influence. OPEX is rather low in comparison to the overall, let's say, investment cost. So you kind of have a predictable electricity output for 60, 70 years forward. And that would support financing, that would support policy support, and that's what you actually need to build a long-term case for this unit. So I think that's probably the things that we could work on.
Thank you so much for that and highlighting the high capacity factors that make nuclear that source of grid stability. It's very difficult to counter the energy density of uranium.
Absolutely.
And I just think too your comments with Alicia dovetail nicely in terms of thinking through that implementation piece of lessons learned. So thank you for that. And Katie, again, last but not least, but would you like to share Westinghouse, how it's contributing to all of these different aspects? You touched on Poland already and movements in Ukraine, but on fuel supply or anything else that you would like to highlight here?
Right. So I will take it in a bit more of a commercial direction because Westinghouse has a whole suite of reactor support, from the large reactors that can support the national grid to our rapidly developing AP300, which is the SMR, and our eVinci microreactor, which is a small 5-megawatt reactor that is proceeding very quickly in development. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that one eVinci provides more power than 2 giant tankers of LNG. So we're really proud about the clean energy and the decarbonization that we're pushing along, with our really superior products as well. Another substantial part of our business is obviously the fuel development. So we are right now the only company that can provide fuel for Russian reactors. And we were working on developing that fuel with Ukraine for a couple of decades. After Russia invaded, we speeded that up, and I can't believe how fast we accomplished it, but we fueled Russian VVER-440 reactor in the Rivne reactor in Ukraine in September of 2023. And more recently, we've provided fuel for Russian reactors in Bulgaria and Finland. And we're constantly developing and planning. Every country that has a Russian reactor in Central and Eastern Europe, except Hungary, is now contracted with Westinghouse for us to provide fuel for those reactors and push Russia further out of the market.
Thank you so much for that, all of you. And I would be remiss not to give all of you a moment to offer a closing remark and piggyback on something that Alicia said. Katie, you mentioned Cranberry earlier, which for those of you who may not know is in Western Pennsylvania. And Alicia, I know you were there a few months ago now for the Women in Nuclear Conference, where you encouraged many women and participants to dare to be bold. So in these final moments that we have together, I ask, what would you ask the audience to be our bold takeaway from today's discussion?
Can I ask them to be bold again?
Sure, please reiterate for those of us who couldn't join you in Pittsburgh.
Well, I think in addition to being bold, I think it's really important to be creative. One of the things that I'm very proud about the U.S. government is over the past few years, we have moved some very, very big mountains in terms of our policies, rules, regulations, and laws. And that would not have happened if we were not presented with cases and projects specifically that required us to see things differently. And so I would encourage that we really own the power of creativity as we look to solve some of these challenges that we are faced with so that we can move because the time, Bill Magwood, the Director General of the NEA, said back in 2019 at the White House at an event we did, he said the time is now. So that means the time was then. And the technology for sure is coming, and we need to be ready. And so I just implore people to make sure that they're creative and bold and pushing way beyond normal in terms of preparing all of us to meet the demands that new nuclear is going to have for us.
Thank you for that, for Alicia. And I know you're pushing your own capacity factor and pushing this message around the world. So, and Andre, please.
So I had 2 remarks. Now it's down to 1.
Sorry.
But that's fine. No, I think we can all agree that nuclear is part of the solution for 2050 and beyond when it comes to the energy transition process and to improving or decarbonizing, let's say, our economies and being competitive, going back to the report, the Draghi report. But I think, and I don't want to end in a negative note, on a negative note, but I think it's also important to understand that climate change also has an effect on the nuclear operation and generation. So we've seen over the last few years some issues, droughts in France. We have seen in Eastern Europe this year temperatures going above 40 degrees Celsius and staying there at that level for 2 weeks in a row. So that has an impact on, on the future of nuclear capacity, existing ones and the ones that are coming. So there's also the other way when it comes to climate change, and I think we need to be all aware that this is also something that we need to consider in thinking and deploying and strategizing the future of the nuclear sector. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Katie?
I would just issue a plea, really, to everyone here and everyone listening to be ambassadors for nuclear energy. I know we're talking about Central and Eastern Europe today, but even in your own communities, the United States experiences hurricanes, droughts, storms. Nuclear energy is clean baseload power that will operate through all of those, and obviously in Central and Eastern Europe, the same situation. But I find the nuclear community to be a small niche community, and we need to change that. It needs to be part of the regular energy conversation. It's not just, oil, gas, and coal, and oh, there's nuclear energy over there. So please talk about it, normalize it. Make it part of the normal conversation. It's come a long way, and I'm so happy about that, but there's still a long way to go. So that's my request.
Well, thank you so much for those bold closing statements. And Alicia, you talked about Magwood's statement in 2019. I feel like the hour together has just flown by. So I would ask that our in-person audience, please just thank our panelists. And it's just been such a pleasure to steward this conversation. Please, thank you.
87654.
welcome back, everybody. It's nice to see that we still have a good-sized audience after lunch, which isn't always the case, I might say. But this is that's very nice. I'm Dick Morningstar, founding chairman of the Global Energy Center here at the Atlantic Council, and I'm moderating today's discussion on transatlantic trade, energy, and climate policy following an election year, which I think is the key, maybe the key part of the subject during an election year, following an election year. We have a terrific panel. We have next to me First Deputy Prime Minister Izzet Begjiti from North Macedonia, who's also the Minister of Environment and Physical Planning for North Macedonia. Anel Batista, the Director of International Relations, Institutional Relations, which you told me includes international relations, and public affairs at Repsol. Elisa Newman-Hood, Executive Vice President and General Counsel for Accelerate Energy, and Marco Margheri, Head of U.S. Relations and Chairman of New Energies U.S., right? Okay, got all that right. So this really is a terrific panel to deal with these questions. I'm going to start off with sort of a general question, maybe for all of you. This year we've had a record number of elections globally, not just in the U.S., also, as you all know, in Europe as well, and other places. And so the question is, once we get through the elections in the U.S. and whoever wins, whether it's Trump or Biden, and people ask me, who do I think will win? I'd say right now, 50-50, and maybe after tonight, it'll shift to 51-49 or 52-48 for one or the other. We'll see. But whoever wins in the U.S., what can we do following the elections to continue to make progress on decarbonization, energy security, and competitiveness? Where can we continue and expand even our cooperation, whoever ends up being president, and given what is happening in Europe? And, I'll first turn to the Deputy Prime Minister, but maybe ask you to comment on the Western Balkans and your region, which I don't think we've in the United States paid enough attention to. We certainly have at the Atlantic Council. But I'd be interested, I think we'd all be interested to hear what can we do together with respect to the Western Balkans and North Macedonia to help with respect to the energy transition.
I think because we are in the strategic place of region of Balkan and near to impact of war of Ukraine and near to Russian impact in energy, I think that USA and European Union should be more involved in Balkan and to help us to be more independent for Russian energy and the Russian impacts.
And do you feel that that can continue whoever wins the election in the U.S.?
Yeah, we hope that also after election, the interest for Balkan, for Western Balkan, will be in the same level or more involved in the Balkan region.
Yeah. Okay, and I think that I feel comfortable given even what the Trump administration did in the prior Trump administration did a lot in Central and Eastern Europe and in the Balkans, and it really is an absolutely critical area. Going to Anel, what do you see as the future?
Well, in terms of how things will evolve, and we've already had the European elections. We'll see what happens here in the United States, and I'm based in Madrid. I represent a European company with big investments also here in the United States. But I see more inertia in the United States due to the success, not only in decarbonization, but in terms of reindustrialization, boost of investments, etc., of the IRA. And I really see changes in Europe, or I don't know if I see them, or I wish they would happen. No, I believe that in the energy transition we are failing a little in Europe, although we are like leaders of we consider ourselves leaders of all of this, because part of the reduction of a lot of the reduction of emissions in Europe has been at the cost of just closing factories and opening them in countries that were not so environmentally friendly in the kind of operations or the regulation, no, in Asia and in other places. So 2/3 of our reduction are not real reduction. Could even be increases in emissions, because as we are closing steel or aluminum in Europe, our industry, as well as American, is the most environmentally, the most energy efficient industry perhaps in the world, because the cost of energy is also very high in Europe. Then you import that steel from China. Well, it has a 50% of higher carbon footprint when you use it in Europe, because we have 30% of dirtier energy mix in China, plus the transport to Europe. So instead of reducing emissions, what we are doing is sending them to Asia and then bringing them back into Europe and not accounting them as emissions. So I believe the big challenge is going to be to put the focus also in implementing all the regulation that we have for the energy transition, but there will be a push, I hope, for reducing red tape, for eliminating overlaps and excess over-regulation. North America is also over-regulated, but we are the best in over-regulating it in Europe and having lots of different regulation. We need to reduce energy costs. Energy costs in Europe are 3-4 times what you have in the United States. For our industry, that is really a big burden. And we also have this, we bring this over-regulation burden to other operations that we have internationally. Good thing, I believe we are in a vital moment where we've acknowledged that we have a problem in terms of keeping our industry and the good jobs and the welfare that it brings in Europe. So I believe we are really seeing changes. Cooperation. I believe I don't know if it's going to be easy. It's never easy to cooperate, even though we know we share a lot of things, values or other things. But we really face some problems that are common, and I start seeing some comments here in the United States that mirror the reason why we try to put some regulation in Europe, like the carbon border and adjustment mechanism. No, like, okay, how do we protect people, or countries, or industry that are really investing in reducing emissions in energy transition from importing products with a higher carbon footprint at lower prices, and especially with a higher carbon footprint, eliminating the advantages of all what we're doing here. And so this kind of cooperation in creating, I don't know if a free trade agreement, but in finding tools that could be used in both regions, it's an interesting area that we should explore.
Do you feel that even with the Trump administration, that it's not all or nothing, that there are still a lot of places that there can be cooperation, and particularly, as we talked a little bit beforehand, 80% of what happens with respect to the energy transition is private markets. And so are you pessimistic, optimistic, realistic as to what kind of cooperation there might be if the administration changed?
Well, I would say I would be realistic. It's probably not going to be easy, but again, I believe there are a lot of things that are where we could find common grounds. I believe natural gas. In natural gas, American natural gas have saved the last years of the energy consumption in Europe. We needed the American energy gas to be independent or autonomous from Russia. I believe, for example, in natural gas, Europe has learned that we have been too prescriptive, like in the rest of our regulation. We don't want our own natural gas, but we don't like fracking, but then we import natural gas and fracking from the United States. I believe Europe has taxonomies. Europe has these kind of things. I believe that one of the lessons we must learn in Europe is to start finding the common standards, the common things where both regions can operate and establish the labels, the stamps in the same manner. Because what is absurd is that in Europe we develop taxonomies to decide things that do not coincide with the things that America is doing. But at the end of the day, American products are also acceptable in Europe if they are produced here with reasonable, compliant with reasonable regulation. I believe there are areas where even with the Trump administration and a bit of the shift that we are expecting in Europe, we could find areas to cooperate. Obviously, as a Trump administration would be more transactional and would like to speak with every country, not only with the European Union, that is the one that establishes standards in Europe. It's not going to be easy, but
that's interesting, and I want to get to Elisa. But do you think with the changes in European politics and some of the discontent in Europe, and I'll ask Marco also about this, some discontent with whether things are overly balanced towards the green transition, that Europe may actually become closer to the U.S. with respect to common views? That was actually still last follow-up with Angel on that, and then we'll go to, and then Marco and Elisa. Can you repeat, sorry? Given the changes in European politics with the elections, with the new commission and the like, and there seems to be more of an attitude in Europe now that, gee, this is really costly, and maybe rather than emphasizing, quote, the green transition, we need to talk more about competitiveness and so forth, that there could become more common ground with the U.S. rather than less.
What I really believe is that we are learning that we must mirror some of the good things that have happened here. So if that brings a common ground, it would be very, very positive. By the way, but we've also commented before, sometimes there's this sensation in Europe that our money is right now financing the industry in the United States and not the industry in Europe, the savings of Europeans. So some people also are establishing some situation with, and it's true that we compete with Americans. Obviously, we are also Americans as a company, but when we decide where to put our money, sometimes we look at America because, well, we see a more friendly environment. I believe that as Europe has to find a way to do things simpler and less prescriptive, more technological neutral, I believe that would bring the conversation with Americans from Europe much, much easier. So I really agree that the shift of European policies, if it happens, it's good also for finding these common grounds.
Maybe, if you don't mind, Elisa, because I do want to get to you, but Marco might, you might want to follow up on Anil's comments and where you think the U.S. and the EU, given the changes, might cooperate more. And then I want to get back to Elisa on the effect of LNG and all of that. And Marco, I don't know, I know you're Italian and all that, but you've been around so long. I mean, you could get citizenship at this point, so,
Well, I take it as a promise.
Right. So, Marco, any comments that you might have on this area? And then I'll get to Elise.
Well, first of all, thank you, Dick, and thank you for having me here with many friends. I personally sense, I like the title, Following the Election Year. So let's situate ourselves, no matter what, after November. And after November, there are two realities that are the same in Europe and in the US. Reality number one is that the transition is not going at the speed we want and is creating way more hurdles in people's life than it was anticipated to do. And this is a major issue for those, including European Union countries, that want to go steadfast in the direction of addressing the decarbonization. The second fact is that the Russian invasion of Ukraine and geopolitics, including the new relations with China, new supply chains restructuring, have brought energy security front and center back into the picture. This is true across the Atlantic with one big difference. The US has energy, Europe does not. So I believe that if you go to Brussels, clearly these harsh realities will mean that we have a glass that is 20% full and 75% empty. The 25% full, I would say, also bring a testimony to your professional life and commitment to European energy security, because I have to say that interconnectivity, we're speaking Central Eastern Europe and Southeastern Europe, we were both traveling in and out of Brussels in 2009 with the European Energy Plan for Recovery. Well, in some regions of Europe, interconnectivity and infrastructure are better than in others, and this has led to huge resilience. I come from a country that could lose our first supplier of gas and go minus 50 first year, minus 80 second year, and abandon pipeline supplies from Russia in a matter of just 3 years after 70 years of supplies. And this was thanks to hard infrastructure and also obviously soft infrastructure, including the relations with gas producers that the company I have the honor to serve here has built over decades. The half empty parts of the glass. Number one, many areas of Europe do not have that infrastructure. The leading European manufacturing economy, Germany, did not pursue infrastructural diversification as much as many in Europe would have wanted. And now they are catching up at a I'll leave it to Elisa to discuss this, but they are catching up at a very fast pace, which is absolutely essential for Europe. The second thing that we're missing is a clear conversation on the role of gas. There is no energy security if the European Union does not define a roadmap towards the energy transition without bridging the role of gas back into the conversation. New suppliers, Algeria was mentioned, Azerbaijan, the sub-Saharan African countries need to see Europe as their destination market long-term. Mario Draghi calls today for long-termization of the gas markets. Well, we cannot leave them in the void of saying we want you to commit long-term, but we don't know what role gas will have in the future. And the last point, which I think unites the ocean, really bridges the Atlantic, is a clear plan on energy technologies and where we want to go. Nuclear was mentioned several times, both SMRs and of course the new nuclear technologies. Fusion energy has seen a spectacular growth in the US, also in terms of policy that Europe is following. Carbon capture and storage, advanced biofuels, advanced renewables, these are all areas where Brussels cannot hope to work alone. Where I think Brussels is less and less looking east, and I think it's an opportunity for Washington to look east.
You know, you said 20% and 75%, so what, is 5% undecided, or?
No.
Just kidding.
70% is undecided because some interconnections are still under development.
You know, you mentioned, just very briefly, anecdotally mentioned that you said something about nuclear fusion and the need for developing that technology. There was sort of a scary article in I think it was the Wall Street Journal, it was somewhere yesterday, which said that China was developing nuclear fusion capabilities that estimated at half the cost of what we would do here or in Europe. We'll see. But well, that could become a whole new area of competition.
On all technologies, sorry, here I think the transatlantic partners need to be very clear. Either we do that together or somebody else will do that for us.
Right. Elisa, sorry to have been so long getting to you, but it makes sort of sense to go the way the answers have gone, to follow it this way. What do you think? Where do you see the future? Obviously, you're very concerned with LNG at Accelerate, though I know you think much more broadly about the issues too. So what's your reaction to all of this?
Sure. Well, thank you. And I think I'll go back to your initial comment where you noted the unprecedented number of elections happening in 2024. I think more than 50% of the world's population is due to go to the polls between that, since the beginning of the year and before the end of the year. And I would say perhaps to the extent that past is prologue, we can look at a couple of examples of recent elections around the world. I'll give two, one outside of Europe and one inside, where we really saw a remarkable, I'd even call it a radical consistency between administrations on energy and climate policy, perhaps from unexpected quarters, and from administrations one to the next, where there was quite a bit of divergence maybe in other areas, but again, we saw a lot of consistency on energy and climate. So probably two perhaps boring examples because it shows a lot of same to same, but the first that I'll mention is Brazil. So in Brazil, this is now going back to obviously to last year and to a fairly stark administration change from Bolsonaro to Lula governments. But we saw an economy that was committed, and perhaps Brazil is an easier case because it's already dominated by renewables, hydropower specifically, a commitment and a consistency, a commitment to hydropower, and a consistency and a commitment to natural gas, both pipeline gas, but also in the form of LNG to support and backstop the intermittency of renewables and, again, hydropower specifically. So, again, Brazil being one example of big, let's say, political shift, but really not any meaningful shift in energy or climate policy, at least from where we sit. Another market I'll mention, perhaps of more relevance to this group, is Finland. So the Finnish government installed or established an LNG import terminal, an FSRU, in fact, chartered from Accelerate in late 2022, and on the heels of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That was done under one government, but then elections happened, parliamentary and then presidential, a bit of a reverse of Brazil. You had the center-left government switched to replaced by a center-right government, and you went from, in 2023, more than 20 LNG cargoes imported, and then 2024, again, more than 20 LNG cargoes imported. So again, a remarkable consistency. And even now, and for 2025, I think GasGrid, our customer, reported last week that 50% of the slots for 2025, the LNG cargo slots, have been booked already. So I think if we had a headline for this, it would be sort of much the same.
Let me ask you this. Obviously in the U.S., politics is playing a big role. And you have Vice President Harris, who in 2019 said emphatically that she was opposed to fracking. Biden, around the same time, also was opposed to fracking. Biden, during the 2020 campaign, said no. He reversed course. And now Harris emphatically has said, when asked, "Are you opposed to?" When he said, "Are you opposed to fracking?" She said categorically, "No." I mean, emphatically no. Given the politics and how important fracking and LNG is to our domestic economy, do you think there would be, clearly a Trump administration would support LNG. How comfortable are you that a Harris administration would support LNG?
Well, I'd say that Ukraine was clearly a game changer, I think, in terms of how any U.S. administration views LNG as a tool that can be used to support our allies, and perhaps there are differences in degree between administrations, but I feel that, again, post-2022, that's a principle that's fairly well established.
And in fact, the pause caused a lot of concern, but then I guess the administration has allowed exports now from one of the projects that had been, quote, paused. So I guess we'll see. But whether or not there in fact would be much difference at all between the two administrations. Anyway, okay. Let me just ask to anybody who wants to answer, and then I'll get maybe again to some more specific questions for each of you. What about, what about the IRA? I mean, is that an overblown issue in Europe? And it seems that Europe, well, any event, I was going to answer my own question, so I won't, I'm not supposed to do that as a moderator. But any event, let me ask any of you who would like to respond to the question whether or not you think it's overblown, whether or not you think that the new economic policy that Draghi, for example, has announced, and a lot of the other thoughts that have coming across in Europe, is there a response to the IRA, and is it basically going to become a non-issue or not?
I believe I can answer.
One or the other, or any one of you.
My opinion is that we were speaking that no European official came here while the IRA was being passed to actually try to influence on it, and obviously the IRA was not an attack on Europe, but there's been since it was approved, everyone got very nervous in Brussels. Everyone got very nervous in Brussels, and there was a lot of. They tried to respond with the Net Zero Industry Act, etc., but it won't work. I believe Draghi is making very specific recommendations. The last days, we must change. It's not just like putting money. It's not just like saying that we're going to support these strategic technologies. It's the way we orientate regulation, and I believe that's the change that we are expecting in Brussels. A much more non-prescriptive way of regulating, a much simpler, and that mirrors somehow what's happening in the United States. So it's not over at all. There's still a lot of anxious in Brussels and in many. There's an example. BASF is reducing, is downsizing operations in Ludwigshafen, that is its origin, and bringing them to the United States. Siemens is doing somehow the same. So we still have a lot of conversation about how we can mirror or do something that it's as good as the IRA or at least something better than what we have.
Well, if I just may build on what Ankel has said, I share the fact that the IRA brought to Brussels a call for seriousness in having an industrial policy and in addressing the issue of which energy technologies we want to reshape the supply chains of, which new energy technologies and vectors such as hydrogen we want to support in credible ways rather than in long papers. And that call really leads into a new era of industrial policy in Europe. This is what was called by France. It's been accepted by Germany. There's more voices for industrial policy in Brussels than there were before, and this is also because of the IRA. I believe the IRA, though, should also trigger amongst transatlantic partners a conversation in Washington. As much as the IRA was foresighted domestically, the IRA proved to be very blind at the border. It proved to be blind with suppliers of raw materials. On the FTA story, it proved to be disconnected from the trade toolbox that we actually have. We will not have many FTAs going to the Hill anytime soon. It proved to be relatively disconnected with the new necessary policy that European partners and American partners need to have on Africa, on sub-Saharan Africa. If you have the PGII with one hand, you cannot be completely blind to what happens outside of the United States with another hand. And I believe that what Angel said, I think it was also because it was the 10th of August that the IRA was ultimately finalized, that not many people would fly in and out of Washington. But I have to say that these type of conversations need to happen more organically and in a more participative manner through. I think that the IRA was a good lesson on either side of the ocean.
So you're basically saying, yeah, the IRA may be okay, but the politics were terrible.
I say the politics were very domestic and very disconnected on both sides.
Okay.
So they should be less domestic and more interconnected the next time around.
Okay. I won't repeat what I just said. Any event, okay. It's interesting. Landon and I and Andras Shemanu were in Europe several months ago now, and a very high official in the environmental directorate was saying when we were talking about the IRA, and we said, well, what are you going to do about that? Well, we're not going to do subsidies, but we're going to invest in new technologies. So, I mean, you can play with words, but it sounds like Europe's answer to the IRA ultimately is in some kind of subsidization too, from the EU. Anyway, I want to get back to the Deputy Prime Minister. Do you have anything on that issue, on the IRA issue?
Say IRA is probably less relevant to our equities. I think there's other probably more recent pieces of legislation, the Prove It Act, for example, that's going to be an opportunity for U.S. manufacturers to show the relatively lower carbon intensity of U.S. manufactured goods, which in turn we believe will confirm other studies that show that U.S. natural gas and therefore by definition U.S. LNG stacks up very favorably to the other, let's say, foreign
CBAM may be a good thing for U.S. natural gas.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe more broadly, just let me jump in, is we must together, the United States and Europe, start rethinking the WTO rules and start incorporating other aspects that are not there, because if not, it will happen what is happening, that it's becoming irrelevant in a world where the trade, we're speaking about things like carbon intensity, carbon footprint, environmental issues, and that's not well addressed in the current WTO rules. So some other area of cooperation could be that.
Let me ask the Deputy Prime Minister, do you have anything you would like to add to the IRA issue and any further on cooperation?
Yeah, we are a small nation with small impact, but for us it's very important. Europe and USA nations should approach harmonization by moving toward mutual recognition of clean energy standards and creating joint working groups to develop shared framework on emission targets, renewable energy deployment and carbon capture technologies. Governments and industry stakeholders should work together to establish regulatory frameworks that foster innovation and investment with a focus on adaptable and technology-neutral invective.
Wait, thank you. And that sort of gets into the next area. And you were talking about the need for working together on regulation and so forth. From a Western Balkan standpoint, how important do you feel harmonization on regulations with the U.S. and the EU is? And how do you think the EU is doing, given that you're right now you're outside of the EU? How are you affected by EU regulations, and do you think that there needs to be more attention given to your issues?
Yeah, we are hardly working to solve all that EU asks for us for the integration process, such as, for example, we are region about to phase out coal while we are using the coal, and we want to 2050 to be to transform our economy without using the coal, and for this we need health funds to take them to transform our economy and energy system without using coal. And also in other issues, we are working together for gas transmission with our neighbors Greece, Serbia, and other states to have alternative, not to be independent, to be independent from gas energy. And,
right, and you're phasing out coal and so forth, right? Anyway, yeah, you're transitioning away from coal and doing all you can in that area as well.
Yeah, transatlantic engagement can be most impactful by establishing green finance mechanism to support the transition away from coal, providing technical assistance for regulatory frameworks, upgrading grid infrastructure, supporting just transition program for affected communities, and aligning industrial policies with clean energy goals. Supporting regional cooperation through platforms like the energy community can also help in developing common strategies for clean energy development.
Right. Okay. By the way, people out there in virtual land, if you have questions, you can send them, and they'll show up on my iPad here, and be happy to direct those to members of the panel. And anybody in the audience who wants to ask a question, feel free to do so, and I guess there are microphones to do that. Okay. I actually have a question. I don't think I'm going to ask it on the Prove It legislation, which I didn't even know what the Prove It legislation was until a few days ago. Which, frankly, I don't think is much of anything, given that there's no enforcement, but just sort of begging companies to give information on their carbon footprints, I guess. Maybe I'm wrong. If anybody wants to say anything about it, be my guest.
Sure, I could just reiterate my earlier comments. So it is, of course, voluntary, but I think it's in the interest of industry to provide the data which will tell a good story about U.S. manufactured goods, U.S. natural gas, by association U.S. LNG, which will make those products and then the raw commodities more attractive to governments who care about emissions, namely in Europe. I think it's very responsive to CBAM.
If I may add a reflection that is not specifically on the legislation and on U.S. industry obligations, but again is on the methodology. We do have coming up very important negotiations and dialogues rather than negotiations between the European Union and the U.S. on the whole methane emissions chapter. And we have to be serious. In Brussels, we have to be serious, understanding that the U.S. needs to be in a framework that allows it to stay as a leading provider of security of supply through its LNG into Europe. And in the US, I believe this applies to the methane chapter, but it's only the first one. We have the Triple D, we have all sorts. We have done a good job, maybe a tad too far in Europe on regulating disclosures. But today it's fair to say that the architecture of disclosures in Europe, which we could curb a bit, but really delivers a lot of input data into the all sustainability-linked chains. The methane chapter is just the first one. Right. I believe that this is another area where this town has to open a conversation on what processes, what disclosures, what obligations can be designed in such a way that the US, as a leading exporter of many things, including LNG, can really bridge into the supply chains of other regions.
Okay, I take it back. I was being overly cynical, and I accept the mild rebukes from Elisa and Marco. I think that you're right, though, that the key point, whether it's through the Prove It legislation or just out of companies' self-interests, and I would say that would be more salient than the actual legislation. but in any event, to provide as much information as possible to prove, particularly to our European friends, that our gas, for example, is much cleaner than anything they're going to get from anywhere else in the world. So that's what we need to do, whether or not it's the legislation or there's no downside to the legislation. I'll agree with that.
I believe it can also help to make people in Europe rethink the way we look at things. Natural gas, you can have methane emissions and it would be very unfriendly, and you can have very well produced, seriously produced, without leaks and without a flaring and venting or whatever, natural gas that provides energy security. And instead of burning coal in Germany, we could reduce emissions with American gas. The problem is that we've just put the label of natural gas is environmentally unfriendly in Europe. So if you have a veto on the European Investment Bank to invest in natural gas anywhere. Either it's a project that reduces emissions or it's a project that is very bad. It doesn't matter. It's a molecule. It makes no sense. I mean, this is about decarbonization, and this is about lower cost of energy for industry. Whatever achieves both targets, it doesn't matter if it's a molecule, an electron, or other things. It should be acceptable for the European Union. And I believe, in this case, the Americans can teach some different view of looking at things to the European Union, and the European Union is starting to learn from probably this kind of mistakes. And natural gas is a clear good example.
Since you were just speaking, Angel, what about Repsol? What's your strategy?
With money? Make money?
With respect to the energy transition, technological innovations?
I would say, first of all, we are a company that, first of all, I would say something that sounds very strange, but I really believe in it. I believe the energy transition is a very good opportunity for oil and gas companies, for legacy oil and gas companies. For us, first, the entry barriers into renewable electricity are not very big. It's not technologically, it's easy for us to go there. Normally we have the money and the financing capacity. And the biggest problem is the cost of capital. Oil and gas companies, we have a high cost of capital, and entering more regulated businesses, well, the returns are not so high. But on the other side, there are a lot of technologies that are very necessary for the energy transition. In Europe, electrification reaches about 23% of energy consumption, and it's not growing. So you still have to decarbonize the other 77%. So there's an area, you've just mentioned it, advanced biofuels. That's a huge opportunity in which sometimes in Europe we put barriers because of the ban of the light-duty vehicle, the internal combustion engine, which is absurd and probably will be hopefully reverted. But that's the advanced biofuels. You have CCS. We have projects of carbon capture and storage. So what we are doing is basically we've put a commitment in decarbonizing us until we reach net zero in 2050 with interim objectives, 15% in 2025, and then going faster in the next years. And how we do it, first investing in things that do not emit, like renewable electricity. And being very aggressive, but also thinking that not only electrons can be renewable, also molecules can be renewable. So 35% of our capex, it's, I believe, in relative terms, the highest in the industry. I believe our friends from Eni also invest a lot. It goes to low carbon. So I believe that we move in the energy matrix. Except in nuclear and coal, we are in everything. So we'll move among the different technologies, trying to find the best solution for any use, and we don't see incompatibility, and we don't see that one technology it's incompatible with others. I believe we can decarbonize, for example, transport with EVs. Why not? It's perfect for certain uses, but we should not avoid that we are going to need also other things to go faster, and that's, for example, advanced biofuels. So our strategy is to go fast, but to provide the solution that fits better for each client.
Would you like to talk, Lisa, Marco, about your company's strategies given the present situation?
Sure. Well, I'll just mention that emissions reductions, to the extent we're talking about climate strategies, is really just inherent in our business. Whether that's opening new markets to LNG. I'm thinking of South and Southeast Asia, where we allow those the countries of that region to move away from coal and towards cleaner burning natural gas. Whether that's providing a backstop to renewables, so allowing economies to make the shift to renewables, but safe in the knowledge that if there's drought or the wind's not blowing or not enough sun, that they can rely on natural gas as a backstop, which so again facilitates renewables. And also, particularly in Europe, natural gas is a facilitator of, let's say, lower carbon fuels in the future, and I'm thinking of hydrogen specifically. So I think there's, as I said, a climate aspect that's just inherent in our business, but at the same time, not probably wanting to rest on those laurels. We are also always looking to deploy new technologies or proven technologies in a new way to reduce the carbon intensity of our own operations. Perhaps a very recent example of that I can give is over the summer we purchased a reliquefaction kit. This is equipment that has been deployed for about a decade on LNG carriers. Basically, when the LNG starts to boil off and be released into the atmosphere as natural gas, a reliq kit, as they're called, captures the boil off, reliquefies it, and brings it back into the storage tanks. So that has a dual benefit of using LNG rather than having it lost into the atmosphere, and also cost savings as well. So rather than again losing valuable LNG, which let's say over a year could save our customers, most of whom are government companies, let's say $10 million a year in today's relatively low price environment, the cost savings would be many multiples of that if we were to see LNG prices go anywhere near they were near the highs following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So I think to our strategy, again, we are just constantly looking at proven technologies. This particular technology, as I mentioned, has been used in LNG carriers before, but ours will be the first example of it being utilized in an FSRU. So always looking for ways to be more efficient, which typically has the sort of the dual advantage of bringing down emissions as well.
So it sounds like you're optimistic whoever wins the election.
Yes. Don't have a crystal ball, but yes, optimistic.
Marco? And I'll come back to you.
It's since 2014 really that E&I embarked in a decarbonization journey where we really took on scope 1, 2, and 3 emission reduction targets, roadmaps. And now I have to say that I think that there's 2 key characteristics to me to the strategy of E&I. The first is the breadth of the number of streams we're working on. We injected the first tons of CO2 in Ravenna, the first in operational installation on European soil a few weeks ago. Earlier today, our CEO met with the Prime Minister in London, where we are also very active on CCUS. So this is one chapter. Another chapter is advanced biofuels, both on the feedstock development. We announced in July a very important agreement with the IFC on 200,000 farmers in Kenya feeding into our biorefining system, which today was announced will also convert the 3rd refinery in Italy into a biorefinery in Livorno. So there's going to be 3 of them, one of which, and by the way, one installation importantly is in Louisiana in Chalmette. Then there is obviously the efforts on renewables with a company called Plenitude, which is growing also very, very fast and focused on the United States. And then there are technology breakthroughs. We're heavily investing in R&D. We have a corporate venture capital here in the US whose main investment is in Commonwealth Fusion System, which is the largest private player in the fusion space. So all this array of initiatives combines with an oil and gas strategy that sees a growing role of gas and a growing role of one particular continent, Africa, where we are bringing fast-track solutions for lower Scope 1 and 2 oil and gas productions. I'll only quote the Ivory Coast with Baleine, which was an incredible project. In a very short time, we delivered the first Scope 1 and 2 net zero project on the African continent. So this is the first focus. Second focus, and I'll stop, is really on identifying a financial model through satellite companies that can help markets to understand the value of the different businesses and can help us tracing a financial journey that really leads into value discovery. We believe that markets have been a bit too lazy in understanding how big and important the efforts that traditional energy players were doing. In our case, they are really transformative efforts.
It's very similar to us, hydrogen. Hydrogen will start to be green in the current uses of hydrogen, not in new uses. So it's important that if we want hydrogen to be a reality, that we start greening the hydrogen with reasonable regulation like the one that's here. So that's another area to mention it.
We have 2 minutes and 44 seconds left, and I'm going to ask two questions. First, one about technological innovation, the second about CBAM, which we haven't really mentioned. But first to the Deputy Prime Minister. It's obvious that from all of the comments that technology innovation is important. And I would ask you, given the rapid pace of technological advancements in the energy sector, how you think governments and industry stakeholders can work together to establish, again, the regulatory framework, but also to foster innovation and investment in the energy sector, particularly in a small country such as yours.
It's small country and also with small budget.
And a small budget, okay.
And we have to collaborate and to ask U.S. and European Union to help us with know-how, with support for new technology. And we are working hard to make the transformation, to transform our economy, our energy with new approach. Because North Macedonia is a member of the energy community and has committed to the 2050 climate neutral target with ambitious goals for reducing the greenhouse gas emission, improving energy efficiency, and increasing the use of the renewable energy. And in this area, the last years, we are working hardly with new renewable energy, but we need help from US and European Union funds to take a way for transition.
Okay. Let me, excuse me, get back to the CBAM question. That's the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism.
Yeah.
And looking at it from a company standpoint, I sense that the three of you, and you know, maybe I'm reading too much into it, are not particularly worried about CBAM. And in some ways, it could be an opportunity if it increases gas business on cleaner gas than other places. Am I overstating that, or what are your concerns?
I don't like some parts of CBAM. It makes sense for European industry, but it's because in Europe, we have the analysis that it could be non-WTO compliant if there's a rebate on the CO2 costs internally when you export. it's not good for exporters, and we are the biggest exporters of Spain. So in that sense, we would like to see some improvements in the CBAM if it's finally put in place. Our industry is right now not included, but it's expected to be included. And in that case, well, we'll have to see the impacts on our exporting capacity. So there needs to be something to protect the internal market from countries with other kinds of regulations, probably, but CBAM is not perfect.
I would just say it's something that we're watching, but since it doesn't affect our equities just yet, not much to say at present.
So not overly concerned.
Not overly concerned.
Marco?
It's a journey that has started. I think the only caveat here is that I don't think that many people in Washington have understood that CBAM is there and is a fact of life, but it's a journey to be built. So I think the approach is more on the how than on the if.
Yeah, and an open and transparent process to get to the ending. Okay, we're over. And I'm joking, but other than that, any last second comments? One quick trip through, going once, going twice, 3 times, gone. Okay, great. Thank you very much to the panel for. And now I want to introduce to the audience by virtually the next keynote speaker, who's Ukraine's Minister of Energy, Herman Halushenko. So, Mr. Minister, we're all set? Okay, so over to you.
Dear colleagues, friends, first of all, thank you for this possibility to speak again at Atlantic Council meeting. It's a pleasure to speak to you, but what is very important this time I want to share. Of course, you remember the previous time I mentioned that we were under constant attacks to the energy infrastructure of Ukraine, and nothing changed. Unfortunately, this year, Russians restart the massive attacks to the energy infrastructure, and what I can tell you that the losses which we have this year are really dramatic. So we can speak that we lost more than 9 gigawatt in the system, with the peak consumption during winter time 18. And of course, that's almost a half. And of course, that is really a huge challenge for us. Compared to 22-23 shellings and the restoration of the energy infrastructure, which we did last year and which allowed us to withstand the previous winter, this time challenges are much more higher. And we are focusing on the several issues. First of all, of course, that is the protection. And I want to mention that the air defense, that is the answer. That is the answer how we have to withstand, how we can withstand the next winter and to maintain our energy system under the attacks. Of course, very important that is the active defense, and of course the number of air defense system is really dramatic for us. So I very ask you to support us on increasing the air defense efforts to protect our energy system. The second point, of course, that is a passive defense systems, and we implemented a lot of projects, but we are now also on the way to complete a lot of them. But what is very important that, of course, we should also understand that the passive protection, that is like the second line of protection, because without active air defense, it's very difficult to protect the energy infrastructure. Just to give you the figures, that the recent attack, the Russians used 236 different types of missiles and drones. Many of them, it was ballistic missiles, which first time we used to attack the energy infrastructure and especially substation. So, of course, even the passive defense is not always efficient against this type of weapon. So the second point is the repairing and restoration of everything what we can. and that is one of our goal now, to repair everything what is possible before the next winter. So I'm very grateful to your support, to support of many our partners, countries, Energy Support Fund of Ukraine, which granted and provided money for this restoration. So we are moving through this campaign. I don't want to call the figures now, but that's very important for us to be in schedule and to really to be managed to add this destroyed generation before the next heating season. The third point, that is decentralized generation, and that is very important for us, because we understand that that is more difficult targets for Russians. If this cogeneration system or gas turbines, gas pistons would be decentralized around the country. But one thing which is also important, that we are moving to implement this project. Of course, we are very restricted in time, but even in this condition, so we have plans, a lot of state companies involved in construction of this type of generation facility. And one which is also very important point, and that is the backup generation. So of course, that is the issue for critical situation in the system. For instance, when the system could be splitted, and we need to organize the emergency supply, especially when we are talking about the critical infrastructure. That is the backup generation, and I'm very grateful to all support which we have. Now we install up to 1 gig of different types of generators all around the country. But we need also to add more, something around up to 300 megawatt before the winter, and we are working on this, and thanks to support you provided to us. And finally, I think it's very important just to say that all these shellings, all these destructions, everything the terror state of Russia did in Ukraine, it's very important to get the strong answer to them, and the answer is the sanctions. And of course, we raise this issue, and there is a wave of sanctions in the EU, and there is a lot of sanctions in the United States. I'm also very grateful that it's already discussion in the Congress concerning the sanction on nuclear, a lot of developments on that, and that is very important. And I really think that there is no way now, I mean, to have the quick answer on this Russian terror. So it's very important now to implement these sanctions in all fields of the energy sector. And it's not only about the gas, that's not only about the oil, coal, but very important that is a sanction in nuclear. And we have very successful case of cooperation between Ukraine, Energatom, and Westinghouse, and that is very important that we would increase this cooperation in the future. And I think that a lot of obstacle which was existing in providing this section is already disappeared. So due to this cooperation, and I think it's very important to push this sanction everywhere we can to implement them to Russia, feel how they really responsible for everything they did in Ukraine. Thank you very much, and I wish you productive meetings.
Mr. Halushenko, for your fantastic remarks. We're now going to be welcoming our panel to go into some of these issues in more depth and figure out some tangible solutions, some more actionable items for both near-term, emergency-related items for Ukraine, how to prepare for this heating season, how to address the blackouts and other energy security issues in Ukraine today, but also looking into the future and seeing how Ukraine can contribute to European and a broader transatlantic energy security and cooperation.
Oh my God. Oh, we're live. Oh, hello, welcome. We are here for a panel on how Ukraine and its partners can synchronize its energy needs with a long-term vision for resilient energy system. I have an all-star panel here. I'm Felicia Schwartz. I'm the U.S. Foreign Affairs and Defense correspondent at the Financial Times based in Washington. To my left, we have Ambassador Jeffrey Pyatt. He is the Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of Energy and Resources. Next to him, we have Ambassador Christian Prick. He's the Estonian ambassador to the United States. Next to him, we have Bob Pender. He's the executive co-chairman and founder of Venture Global LNG. We have Agnes Dasevich. She is the chief operating officer of the United States International Development Finance Corporation. And then lastly, but certainly not least, we have Ivana Zuzel. She's the executive director for Europe at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. All right. I will start with some news of the day for our ambassadors on the panel, if I may. Earlier today, the U.S. confirmed that Iran has delivered missiles to Russia, and U.S. officials have said that Russia intends to use these missiles to target Ukrainian energy infrastructure. Ambassador Pyatt, talk to us about this risk heading into the winter.
So thanks, Felicia. And let me start by just emphasizing that while this Russian missile delivery or this Iranian missile delivery to Russia is a significant escalation, Ukrainians have been living with 2 years of this energy war now. It was October of 22 when Russia began systematically targeting and seeking to dismantle Ukraine's energy system. They began targeting transmission, and then particularly concerning, starting in March of this year, we saw a systematic effort to dismantle Ukraine's generation capacity. Throughout this period, Russia has steadily escalated the form of attack that it is pursuing. So what began with drone attacks and Iranian origin Shahed missiles escalated to include Kinzhals, ground-to-air missiles applied in a ground-to-ground scenario, more recently very expensive Russian ballistic missiles, North Korean missiles. So Russia is clearly prioritizing its effort to weaken the will of the Ukrainian people by attacking the energy system. We have to be equally resolute in working as allies and partners around the world to help the Ukrainians build resilience in their energy system, to ensure, just as the Ukrainians have navigated through now 2 winters of this energy war, to ensure that the Ukrainians get through this next winter. This is going to be a really tough winter. Ukraine has lost about half of its generation capacity at this point. The United States alone has committed more than $500 million to energy sector repair and reconstruction. There will be more to come. We are working with USAID, Department of Energy, working with partners like DFC on long-term investment to build capacity and to build a future Ukrainian energy system that is cleaner, greener, and more sustainable. But in any scenario, it's going to be a difficult winter. Ukraine, we hope, can get up to about 15 gigawatts of capacity, which is 3 gigawatts short of expected demand this winter, which means that there will be blackouts. But to finish up on this, what I would emphasize is we cannot allow Vladimir Putin to achieve, through attacks on civilian energy infrastructure, what he has failed to achieve on the military battlefield. We're working hard, including with our NATO allies, on issues to help, on issues of air defense, to help give Ukraine the capacity to repel these attacks, but they're clearly going to continue. Putin thinks he can outlast us. We have to demonstrate that he's wrong.
Ambassador Prick, anything you want to add on this more recent Iranian threat? I know they've also provided drones, of course.
Thank you, Felicia. Thank you so much for this question. And I would like to say that I couldn't agree more with what Ambassador Pyatt just said. What we are witnessing right now is next chapter in the same game that Vladimir Putin has tried to play with Ukraine and with all of the supporters of Ukraine since he started this invasion. He is trying to convey the message that he can outlast us, and he is trying to limit the hope or cut the hope of Ukrainian people and the West. Now, the previous chapters have also included the part where Ukrainian people and the West prove Vladimir Putin wrong. And this is exactly what we have to do also right now. We will deliver the message that he will not outlast us, and he will not be able to cut away the Ukrainian people from heat and power. Now, when it comes to this Iranian delivery of these missiles, absolutely very concerning development. And this is the exact reason why we've heard today Secretary Blinken's very strong statement on that. There's also a statement by Germany, France, and UK. And I believe as we speak, the EU ambassadors or representatives of EU countries are sitting and discussing our steps as a response to that. To make sure that Iran does not get away with this development. There's one more thing though. While we have to make sure that Iran's step does get the response that it deserves, we also have to make sure that we understand that the ultimate problem is the Russian invasion, and Russia is the country that is shooting these missiles to Ukraine. So our response has to also include the steps that that deal with this particular threat and the overall threat against the Ukrainian nation.
Ambassadors Prick and Pyatt, I'm going to come back to you, but I want to bring in some private sector perspective. So I guess perhaps this is for maybe Bob first, but then also Ivana. Just thinking about some of the challenges that the private sector does face. Bob, Venture Global did sign a first-of-its-kind LNG agreement with DTEC. Tell us how this will impact Ukraine and the region's energy security, and what lessons learned through signing this agreement can you share with us about other companies considering business arrangements in Ukraine?
Well, thank you. I'm delighted to be here and really incredibly proud to be a part of really what we see as a critical national security issue for Eastern Europe. The United States is in a really wonderful position where we have natural resources that we can share with the world. And Venture Global in particular is kind of unique as a private sector company that we've figured out how to develop our capacity faster than normal and less expensive. We did not expect what happened in the Ukraine. We actually built our company around the expected growth of demand in Asia for kind of insatiable energy and to try to have a private sector solution for that. While we were coming online with our first project and our first commissioning cargoes, Putin invaded Ukraine, and we were very, very honored to be able to provide to Europe about 70% of our cargoes for the energy emergency that evolved in Western Europe. Now we're dealing with a much more difficult issue, which is the cessation of Russian supplies through Ukraine and to Eastern Europe and Ukraine. And so what we're trying to do is craft a solution, both short-term and long-term, for the Ukraine. We're providing immediate short-term cargoes this fall and this winter to Ukraine, and we are going to provide more commissioning cargoes through next year And then we expect and hope to provide long-term cargoes to Ukraine out of our CP2 project, which would be a 20-year SPA, low cost. The hope is not only to provide energy security to get Ukraine through this crisis, but also to help, as DTEC is intending to really stabilize Eastern Europe, that these cargoes will be a part of the energy solution for Eastern Europe as well as Ukraine. So that's really what we're working through, and that's our goal.
Ivana, talk to us a bit about what you've seen as you are trying to facilitate American companies' engagement in reconstructing and modernizing Ukraine. What are you hearing from companies about their concerns investing in Ukraine?
Well, it's always challenging to try to answer this question without first discussing the conflict scenario. Because, of course, the concerns about the physical safety of people and of infrastructure are really top of line when companies are thinking through their investment or operation scenarios in Ukraine. But it also limits what we are able to focus on. So I think all of us would love to have this conversation today, and in general, the conversations that we are having around the energy sector in Ukraine to be more forward-looking or future-facing. So talking about how do we develop the sector, how do we sort of create an energy hub for Europe in Ukraine, how do we ensure that Ukraine has enough energy supplies and materials to actually power the reconstruction and redevelopment, and I think companies like Venture Global are going to play a critical role there. But unfortunately, we're stuck in crisis mode, and we're sort of back in crisis mode. So talking about how do we survive this winter, how do we work between governments and private sector partners to ensure that there are resources, supplies, financial assistance that can keep the lights on and the heat on to the greatest extent possible. So that's, I think, one of the principal challenges, our lack of ability to be really forward-looking and forward-facing because we are dealing with so much immediate need. Some of the concerns that we hear from our members that are tied into the security scenario, I mean, beyond disruption in utility services, challenges with transport and logistics, inadequacy of infrastructure. AmCham Ukraine in June did a survey of its members and found that 44% of respondents felt that they had adequate access to war risk insurance. So we're really grateful to DFC principally and other organizations that are continuing to really build out and strengthen those programs. Things like military service deferment, general workforce availability in general continue to be a real issue for companies that are operating and operational on the ground, and it's difficult to see a resolution to those types of questions while there's a conflict going on. Having said that, I do think that there is space towards creating a better enabling environment for business, even in this moment. And the plan for sort of reformative recovery is now, and not when we see full de-escalation of conflict. And there are, I think, several key areas that we could focus on that would make business operations easier in Ukraine. The first is, Ukraine is not a monolith, and there are different risk scenarios across the country. And I think sort of categorizing those and reflecting those in whether it's in development plans, in insurance plans, even in travel possibility would be really key to seeing more commercial activity in Ukraine. I think anybody from the US private sector, myself included, who has tried to travel to Ukraine in the last year can testify to how difficult that is and how that difficulty in turn makes it hard to create those local partnerships, develop those local networks that are really key to moving business and investment decisions forward. I think working on rule of law, again, is critical. We're seeing a lot of that work with the government of Ukraine. We're seeing a lot of it in partnership between the US and the EU and pushing that forward, continuing to push that forward, I would say particularly in reform of judiciary, and then in creating sophisticated public procurement procedures that allow for transparency, but also allow for criteria like technological capacity, durability, and support. And finally, I think that there are some challenges that need to be met with by the international community. The first is clarity of signals around our continued support for Ukraine, especially as we face an uncertain political environment here in the US around that support, and we face growing fiscal and financial constraints in Europe. So understanding that we are there for the long haul to provide Ukraine with the financial and defensive capabilities and assistance that it needs. And the U.S. private sector, I think, is fully engaged and supportive of that effort, and the Chamber is proud to be part of that effort. So we will continue to push that message forward here and in the EU. I would say lastly and very briefly, I think clarity around the EU accession process and how that will play into development of some of these key sectors, including energy. I think that increasingly we will see some tension between wanting and needing Ukraine to develop rapidly and to engage all of its capacities and all of its resources, and yet ensuring that Ukraine meets the European standards and regulations and takes on this incredibly complex and frankly very, very costly web of regulations that comes with EU membership. I think that will be a challenge moving forward, but frankly, I'll be very happy when we are able to move into the next phase of development, meaning into that phase of the challenge.
We will come back to some predictions about this winter, but you mentioned war risk insurance, and I want to bring in Agnes. You are obviously, the DFC is working on war risk insurance. There is a $350 million reinsurance and war risk program that DFC and Aon have partnered together on. Tell us about what the latest is there and how you might expand this.
So thank you, and thank you very much for including us. Thank you to the Atlantic Council for including us in this panel. Ukraine is really a focus market for us, and it has been since its independence. So the US DFC started investing in Ukraine a long time ago, and we've actually doubled our investment portfolio since the war started. We're now close to $1 billion of invested capital in the country. Our CEO, Scott Nathan, has traveled there 3 times to really speak to the private sector and show really our interest in expanding our support and to underscore the fact that we are open in Ukraine and really want to support primarily the private sector to make sure that the private sector keeps working in Ukraine. And this is where I feel our product of political risk insurance, which includes war risk, is really key. So political risk insurance, or PRI, is actually about 50% of our portfolio in Ukraine, and we've seen increasing demand for this. Just at the Ukraine Recovery Conference in June, we announced several new political risk insurance transactions, $150 million transaction with an agricultural company to really support food security, another $150 million with another manufacturing company, and finally $5 million with a local university to really increase access to higher education. So this kind of product is very much in demand and very effective in getting the private sector to continue investing in Ukraine and supporting them in doing that. As you mentioned, we also at that same conference announced a $50 million reinsurance facility for ARX. ARX is a local Ukrainian insurance company that is actually owned by Canadian company Fairfax. This deal was brokered by Aon, and we will continue to develop that facility further. The way it works is that ARX will issue war risk insurance to local SMEs, and we will reinsure that risk. This is really key because it works similarly to our work with bank guarantees in Ukraine, where we guarantee loans that local banks are making to SMEs. This is our way of making sure that small businesses have access to financing and to war risk insurance so that they can continue making investments in their own businesses. They can continue providing key services such as healthcare, such as food security, and energy in Ukraine. So I think it's an incredibly innovative product. We're proceeding very well on the final agreements on that deal with ARX. We hope to do more. And we feel like it's really going to unlock a lot of local financing, especially for small businesses in the country. And we look forward to doing much more of it because we're very forward-leaning and very open to consider investments to make sure private sector continues working and continues providing services and goods in the country.
Okay, let me come back to Ambassador Pyatt. Just thinking about this winter. Which regions in particular in Ukraine do you think are the most vulnerable as we're heading into this winter and the heating season?
Boy, I think the honest answer to that question, Felicia, is all of them, but for different reasons. Obviously, continuity of government protecting Kyiv is of paramount importance. We're also very, very focused on the economic heartland of the country, which is Dnipro, Kryvyi Rih, obviously Odessa because of the role in the grain corridor, which has been one of the great successes of this war. Imagine a country which is under occupation, which has been dealing with daily missile strikes from Ukraine, continues to be one of the world's major exporters of food grains, providing food security to the world even while the war continues. It's one of the unheralded success stories, I think, of the past few years. Very concerned, of course, about Kharkiv from a humanitarian standpoint. Ukraine's second largest city, a city that has seen massive destruction of its heating capacity. I have visited Kharkiv in the middle of the winter on many occasions. It's really cold. So we're really concerned about that. That's exactly why we have to have this all of the above approach, where we're working with our allies across the G7+ to repair, to provide humanitarian support, also looking at things like flexible mobile power and power leasing, which is something I was discussing yesterday in Houston with a lot of our American companies that work in this area, because we want to do everything in our power to help the Ukrainians build resilience and to ensure their victory.
I know Secretary Blinken announced that he'll be heading to Ukraine.
Right.
Do you think we'll see any announcements for Ukraine to prepare for the winter?
I know that this is very high on his priority list, and we're also planning a number of Ukraine energy sector focused events for the UNGA week as well. So this is an issue that is on the top of the Biden administration agenda, and for all of us across the interagency. Of course, Agnes and colleagues and Scott and everybody at DFC, but also DOE, the White House. I know you'll have my colleague, Jake Levine, will be here in just a little while, and I think you'll hear the same from him. This is just after the military campaign and our effort to give Ukraine the weapons it needs to prevail. This is the #1 challenge that we're all thinking about.
Ambassador Prick, just following on I guess, some of the innovative things that the U.S. and its partners might be doing to help Ukraine. Estonia has been a generous supporter of Ukraine, its energy sector, and there is a very cool AI solution pilot project that Estonia is helping to support. Tell us how this is going and what other opportunities you see to help Ukraine as it heads into the winter.
Thank you again for this question. And before I go to the AI, I would like to again echo what Ambassador Payet said right now. When we talk about the energy sector, when we talk about how to help Ukraine get through next month or next winter, we all have to keep in mind that this is part of the tools and means to reach the wider objective. And the wider objective is to help Ukraine to win this thing, to be victorious, and to ultimately get the better future, more secure and prosperous future for Ukrainians, but by extension to other nations in the transatlantic space, because this war is I would say existential, the conflict with existential undertones for my country, but this war is drag for the entire security and economic development of certainly the transatlantic space. So for that very reason, Estonia, from the very beginning of this full-scale conflict, defined different pillars of activities that we have to constantly pay attention to in order to help Ukraine to be victorious. Where just as important as the military assistance, where we've tried to do whatever we can, we've also considered the economic support and the support to the resilience of the Ukrainian economy and society to keep the, let's say, the light in the end of tunnel, to make sure that this Putin's message, cruel message of trying to squeeze all the oxygen out of hope of Ukraine, that this is not go his way. Now, getting to the energy area, we, as you kind of hinted, we've tried to also find different ways where we can be helpful. Estonian government as well as Estonian companies have sent multiple shipments of equipment that can be of use in Ukraine as spare parts or as building something new. In some cases, we've been able to use the old Soviet time equipment that is still somewhere in the corners of warehouses in Estonia, but in some cases brand new equipment. Before this next winter, we expect to have, working together with Ukraine, we expect to have a 200 megawatt power unit set up in Ukraine to support power for 150,000 people. We are also working within the European Union to make sure that the energy trade between EU and Ukraine is as smooth as possible, both technically as well as in terms of regulation. And now the final thing, the AI. Yes, Estonia is a small country with not too many people, 1.3 million to be precise. So this means that we try to digitize as much as possible to make sure that we have better services. And we have a project now going on with Ukraine, but there's a very important part also, the cooperation with the US government, as well as with, there is a component cooperation with the German government, where we are launching a AI-based digital platform in Ukraine that integrates the sensors and information from the ground on the different parts of the electrical power production and the electrical grid. With other tools, which essentially makes predicting and detecting the damages to the electrical system quicker, therefore the repairs quicker and the investments more effective. This is actually the tool that we have used in Estonia as well as in many other countries. So we know that it works certainly in the peacetime. We have all the reasons to believe that it will achieve success also in Ukraine, and therefore make it easier for Ukrainian people to actually sustain this horrible experience that they are currently going through.
I want to pick up on something Ivana said earlier. You mentioned the importance for business of signals of strong continued support for Ukraine. Maybe we'll start with Bob, but I think this is really for anyone on the panel. Just situate this in a more global context. Why is Ukraine's energy security so important, and why are these signals that Ivana, you mentioned, so important?
Well, we're really talking about the security of Europe, and that is the grand question here. Is if we stand with Ukraine, we are actually preventing Mr. Putin from expanding his programs. I think that's a given. I think that on its own, the Ukrainian economy is quite vital and quite important. We're dealing with an emergency right now, and as I indicated earlier, we're doing everything as a company to try to provide immediate cargoes so that we have energy to run these mobile power plants and to get through the winters. But we also recognize that the Ukrainian economy has been in many ways set back dramatically, and they want to ultimately rebuild and revitalize their economy. And so the long-term solution for Ukraine is really to provide a stable and affordable energy supply to replace the long-term Russian supply. And that's one of our primary goals. This is not easy. It actually, there are some challenges. Ukraine is not a normal buyer of LNG. It doesn't have a harbor. And so how do we get there? We have to go in through Greece, and we have to have gas transmission lines that will bring the gas up to the Ukraine. Ambassador Pyatt has worked hard on the vertical corridor. We're incredibly proud to be participating with that. But there are things that we're doing leaning in. For example, Ukraine and DTEC do not have a fleet. So we now need to procure the charter and to build vessels so that we can deliver DES, delivery ex ship, rather than FOB, where you load at your terminal. And so we are not only doing that, we are getting chartered vessels that can land at the FRSUs that are in the terminals that will then regasify and send it into the pipeline. So, so we view this as a short-term, immediate issue to deal with the emergency. I also think it's really important to emphasize how strong that economy is, how we want to participate as a Western ally to help them rebuild their economy and prosper over the future generations.
As I guess anyone from the public, private, connecting public and private sector have any thoughts, particularly in a contentious election year where, both candidates, may get a question about Ukraine tonight, why it matters. Why is Ukraine's energy security so important? I don't know, who wants to jump in?
I'll jump in. Or would you like to?
I'll just continue that I very much agree with what Bob just said, because we're not just speaking about energy security in Ukraine, we're speaking about the entire region. And as a result, we have really expanded our collaboration and investment into neighboring countries, including Estonia, Poland, Romania, Moldova. Plus, I think it's important to understand what you just said, which is Ukraine is not a monolith. There are different risks in different parts of Ukraine. It's a very large country. So as long as the private sector is able to identify the risks and figure out how to mitigate them, including with our war risk insurance, I think there are lots of investable opportunities. I mean, DFC invests to have a developmental impact, but also to have a good return on our capital. And actually, we believe that those investments that we're making in Ukraine will return our capital with appropriate returns. So I think that there are investable opportunities, as we're showing, plus the entire region is really at stake, not just the country of Ukraine. And the energy security of the entire region is very important. I will mention we did invest in a Greek port because of exactly what you just said, because we want to make sure that energy is coming into the region unimpeded and from the right sources.
I was going to say, Ambassador, I know Ivana wanted to jump in. Ambassador Pyatt, start with you, and then we'll go.
Let me just try for a second, Felicia. I mean, especially in the context of what you framed about tonight's debate, and I should start by saying, I'm a Foreign Service officer. I don't get involved in American domestic politics. But I'm in a job where I'm traveling around the United States meeting with our companies more than I ever have before in my career. And what I always come back to is what we're up against. We're now in the 11th year of Vladimir Putin's attempt to dismember a sovereign country, all because he disagrees with the Ukrainian people's own choice about their future. And having watched that process unfold, I think we have to understand what we are up against. There is no scenario in which Ukraine's inability to resist Vladimir Putin's dismantlement of their sovereignty advances the interests of the United States. To the contrary, this is a government and an individual who has a fundamentally different view of how the international system should be organized. Somebody who saw the collapse of the Soviet Union as a great tragedy of Russian history. Somebody who is meddling even today in America's domestic politics. Only look at last week's revelations of Russian social media manipulation. We face a fundamental challenge to our security at home and the kind of world that I'd like my kids to grow up in from Vladimir Putin and what he represents for Russia. We are fortunate that in the Ukrainians, we have allies and partners who have been incredibly brave, courageous, resilient, willingness to pay sacrifices, which have cost the Ukrainians a tremendous amount and have cost the United States government almost nothing in terms of our overall budget. So I hope that if there is a conversation about Ukraine tonight in the context of our presidential debates, that it gets framed in terms of the fundamental issues that are involved, which are of just tremendous long-term importance in terms of the strategic interests of the United States and what I've spent my entire diplomatic career standing up to defend.
And I know, Ivana, I think you wanted to jump in as well.
I would say in terms of how Ukraine's energy security plays into the larger picture and our interest, I think there's the short-term consideration, which is energy security in Ukraine is critical in preventing a military, humanitarian, and commercial disaster. So ensuring that Ukraine has sufficient energy capacity this winter to maintain defensive capability, to maintain as much commercial activity as possible, and again, to maintain a standard of livelihood for people will be critical. And failure to provide that will have disastrous consequences, not just for Ukraine, but for Europe. And I think when we look in terms of geopolitical stability and food security, really worldwide. In the long term, Ukraine has extraordinary natural resources, and it has extraordinary human capability and capacity. And I think we've seen that throughout this conflict, the incredible and ongoing and really awe-inspiring ingenuity and resilience of people in Ukraine to sort of withstand shocks, to turn around and to make progress in sector after sector in a way that really seems impossible when you consider the circumstances that they're living under. And I think put all together, it makes Ukraine a future commercial opportunity. When we look at the long-term energy picture in Europe, global energy markets will remain difficult into the medium term. We've seen some recent studies suggesting global shortages on the gas market through 2030. We know that electricity demand across Europe is going to grow enormously, particularly with the advent of AI. And I think when we look at some of our earlier energy and energy demand models, I mean, we can toss all of those out because we're really just now starting to understand the impact on our economies that the digitization and rise of AI is going to have. That in turn is leading to persistently high energy prices in Europe that are depressing commercial activity and depressing economic growth. The last panel spoke about that at some length. So frankly, Europe needs Ukraine to come online for the long term and to become a critical partner in the energy security picture of Europe.
We haven't spoke a ton about the potential humanitarian toll that these sustained attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure might wreak. Just thinking about the support that we might see some announcements perhaps at UNGA, maybe later this week. You know, how can allies come together? Maybe we can start with Ambassador Pyatt and perhaps Ambassador Prick, you have some thoughts. How can allies come together and think about ways to kind of stave off what could be a very, dangerous winter for the people of Ukraine?
So, I mean, I'll let my European colleagues speak to this at greater length, but I'll just speak from my experience as U.S. Ambassador in Greece in 2022 when this all began. And I think there's a significant Greek-speaking Ukrainian minority in Mariupol, and I think it was a real eye-opener for Greeks to be reminded that it's about a 10-hour drive from the northern Greece border to the Ukrainian border, and all of a sudden you had Ukrainian mothers and children showing up in northern Greece in the first weeks of March and April 2022. And I think in a Europe where, unlike the United States, a Europe where the Second World War is still very much a living memory, you can find grandparents and others who will tell you about what life was like in the 1940s. and where Europe really thought that all of that terrible history had been locked away in a history chest. The images that came out of Bucha and Irpin and the cars lining up at the Polish and Romanian borders. And I remember, if you traveled through the Frankfurt airport that winter and spring, you would see the signs directing Ukrainians where to proceed. I think Europe showed tremendous generosity during that period. But if you have a humanitarian crisis this winter and you have millions of additional Ukrainians coming out of Dnipropetrovsk or Kharkiv, that will be a whole different order of magnitude. But again, I turn to my European colleague to speak to that aspect of it.
It's certainly the same considerations that you just mentioned are incredibly relevant when I think of what's at stake and what may lay ahead. Europe has received approximately 4.5 million Ukrainian refugees thus far, and there are forecasts, predictions that if there is a really widespread destruction to the energy infrastructure, if there is serious deterioration of the resilience of the society, we may face another 1.5 and upwards million of refugees coming to Europe. So this is not only a huge tragedy and potentially even increasing tragedy for Ukrainian people, but this is also a humanitarian challenge, if not catastrophe, for particularly the surrounding area. So I would argue that we all have both moral obligation as well as very practical reason to keep supporting Ukraine, so that not only through this winter, but to make it possible for them to win this war. After all, this is not only about the hot war right now. We Estonians, we not only have the experience that the older people still remember from the years up until 1945, but we also have the experience of what happened after the hostilities in the rest of the world of the Second World War ended, and we were delivered the Soviet time peace. My family, just like every other Estonian family, has family members who were deported to Siberia. Some of them returned, some of them didn't. My family, just like every other Estonian family, has family members who were killed on spot just for the fact that they were freedom-loving people and they didn't want to join the Soviet military, for example, or because they had a farm, a private property. So this is the kind of future that the Ukrainian people are fighting against. This is the kind of future that they are trying to avoid by trying to win this hot war. And we have moral obligation and practical reason to support Ukraine in that, both in terms of energy-related support, but certainly help them militarily so that they can finish the job, as they say in Ukraine. Thank you.
So the U.S. and its allies, the support that they've, I'm sure Ambassador Pyatt can give us some good figures of how much, or I think you did earlier, you said 500 million. I think there's another 1.5 billion figure I've seen. Of course, the U.S. has contributed hundreds of millions of dollars to Ukraine's energy security. I think there's a lot of uncertainty heading to the next year, as has been alluded to somewhat on the panel. It was a challenge to get supplemental funding through Congress in its current iteration. There's a lot of question marks about what Congress and the White House would look like next year. What would happen in Ukraine? And maybe we could start with Ambassador Pyatt, but from your respective perches, if this funding for Ukraine's energy infrastructure doesn't continue at the level that it is that it has been up until this point. What does that mean for Ukraine and its ability to decentralize and all of this?
I'll be very brief and just emphasize, as Ivana did in particular, we shouldn't be thinking about Ukraine as a charity case. This is a commercial opportunity. This is a country with tremendous potential, with amazing productive capacities, with a very strong STEM and scientific human capital base, a country that is positioned in a post-war scenario to be a significant energy exporter to Europe that is going to be looking for non-Russian sources of power, a country with ample resources in mining and metals, a country that has demonstrated extraordinary facility with emerging technologies. And we've already talked a little bit about AI, but look at all the innovation that's happening within Ukraine's Ministry of Strategic Industries and some of the work that's happening on the battlefield to innovate using digital tools. So I think the Ukrainians just need a little bit of an assist. They'll be fine because they know where they want to get to. And frankly, they see no alternative. They're going to keep fighting no matter what we do. That's very clear at this point. And it's a good thing for America's national interest that that's the case.
Anyone else on the importance of continuing to support Ukraine's energy infrastructure?
Well, I just want to say that I think I mentioned this earlier. They have a vibrant economy. It's been disassembled, but it will be rebuilt. And, you know, in a business as usual case, this is not where a normal, U.S. company would invest because there are credit issues, there's political instability. But in the long term, this is an incredible opportunity, to the ambassador's point, and that's why I keep emphasizing that this is a short-term issue through the emergency, and it's a long-term opportunity. We're leaning in on that. We believe that accommodating certain credit issues now is ultimately in our long-term commercial interest as a private enterprise. And so we think this is a smart and strategic move.
Just maybe, Ivana, I guess keeping the lights on is probably pretty important as companies are trying to engage.
I mean, energy security is a foundational building block of economic activity. It is the precursor to any type of commercial activity. So it really has to be our priority in the immediate term and the focus of a lot of our resources. And I think ultimately, I hope as we're moving into the spring and moving out of this winter that we can reopen the conversation towards some of those long-term conversations around how to really strategically and jointly working between the private sector, working through G7 allies. I think there's been a lot of phenomenal work done there to build up some institutions, and now we need to sort of see them fully deployed in order to spur as much economic growth and activity as possible. But that rests on having a certain amount of energy capacity and energy availability.
We've just got a quick, less than a minute left. If Ambassador Prick or Agnes, you have any last thoughts before we close out?
I can just add that, as usual, I agree with the private sector, meaning that we do see this as an investment opportunity. Of course, we see it as an incredibly important foreign policy priority and priority for the security of not only Ukraine but Europe. But we are investors. So all of the investments that we made in Ukraine since the war started have gone through the same exact investment process with all the high standards and transparency that we've deployed across the world in places like India or Brazil. And they've passed all of our credit approvals. Therefore, I really feel like this is a huge opportunity for investment. It is a long-term opportunity. There are some short-term crises and risks. A lot of them can be mitigated with the help of not only ourselves, but also other development finance institutions, BII, EBRD, who are IFC, who are all actively investing in Ukraine. So from the private sector investor point of view, it is an opportunity, and I feel that a lot of people are taking advantage of it and see the long-term prospect. So I'm very actually encouraged for what we're seeing and the demand that we're seeing for investment support.
Well, that's all the time we have. I want to thank our wonderful panel and the Atlantic Council for hosting us, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day. So thank you.
Welcome and thank you for joining us for our last panel. My name is Ruth Liao. I'm with Bloomberg, and we're here to discuss the state of the energy crisis. And I'd like to introduce the panel that's with me. Next to me is Ambassador Audra Plepite of the Embassy of Lithuania. And then next we have Jean Froley from the Head of Economic and Financial Affairs for the Embassy of Germany. And also we have Jake Levine from the White House, Senior Director of Climate and Energy. I'm also pleased to introduce Andra Simeoni, a former ambassador of Hungary and also non-resident fellow for the Atlantic Council. And we also have with us Alex Whittington of Cheniere. And for this discussion, I thought it would be illustrative to talk about defining energy crisis. And also, if I could ask each one of you to talk about a defining moment for yourselves. When would you say that you came to the point of realization of being in an energy crisis? And what milestones do you think have occurred that would either signal the end or exiting of this time? Audra, may I start? Yes, okay. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for inviting. It's great to be here. Energy crisis, or I would say energy crisis or dependence, energy dependence. I think Lithuania was the first countries in Europe, I would say globally, which realized how energy can be weaponized and used to influence the countries. Decades ago, when we were 100% depending on Russian gas, and we had the only resources, gas pipeline from Russia, so we were the country who paid the highest prices for the gas. And then we decided to build our LNG terminal, which is, well, quite many of our neighbors or other people were looking suspicious and with the doubts why we did that, because it was in that time, even we paid high prices, the highest price, the Russian gas was quite cheap and we could rely. But the moment we built our LNG terminal, the prices dropped down for that. So that was the realization and also the proof that you cannot be dependent of the energy nowadays, especially on not very friendly countries, to put mildly and diplomatically. So that's why diversification of energy resources, looking for the energy independence as a really crucial issue. And I think we are far away yet in Europe or among allies for solving the energy crisis. We are milestone already did that, cutting our dependence on Russia and other on energy resources, but we still have many miles and many to achieve to have really ensure that energy crisis is over and we're independent. Yeah.
Jean.
Yeah, let me start by just continue. I 100% agree that dependency and that diversification are keywords here. And to answer your question with a personal note, when the decisive moment was there, reminding me personally that we're in a crisis. Before having been posted here, I was in charge for 4 years for supporting Ukraine from 2020 onwards, and before, from 2018 until 2020, I was head of economic affairs at our embassy in Moscow. And so the decisive moment was at 3 o'clock or at 4 o'clock at night, the 24th of February 2022, when our crisis center called me and woke me up at night and saying that Russia finally attacked and invaded Ukraine. And this was for us, for me personally, and for us Germans, a decisive moment where we made some major adjustments in our energy policy, but also in our foreign and security policy. And this is what we call the Zeitenwende. And so if, of course, this crisis has an opportunity, it is about having having clearly discovered that some changes were necessary. And this is why this government decided to implement the Zeitenwende and to make a U-turn on some key policy issues.
Thanks, Ruth, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for hosting this important discussion, the entire forum. I caught bits of it and have learned a lot today. I have a similar moment to share, but 1 year later, which is sort of a personal version of a similar dynamic. And I have been in the job that I'm in now, Senior Director for Energy and Climate in the National Security Council, for a grand total of 3 weeks. But prior to this, I served as Chief Climate Officer at the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, which has the authority to do a lot of work on private sector investing in Europe under a statute called the European Energy Security and Diversification Act. And it's through that authority that DFC has been investing significantly in Central and Eastern European energy security, and through our normal authorities that we've invested more than $1 billion into the Ukrainian economy since the beginning of the war. In February of 2023, I had the opportunity to be in Kyiv with our CEO at DFC. And the very first meeting that we had in the morning after taking the 10-hour train ride from Poland was with Ukrenergo, the grid company. And we went up to the conference room and sat with Mr. Kudrytsky and his team. We learned about the efforts that they had been driving, which I think have been, under Mr. Kudrytsky's leadership, were quite successful in terms of passive protection and repairs. And we had a very visceral understanding of what was going on when the air raid sirens went off. And a few minutes later, we all shuffled down to the basement and continued the meeting with the rest of the company that was operating the grid from a bunker. And I think that was a powerful moment for us to internalize and really understand what it meant to be in a crisis situation. Now, I think with the rest of Europe, I would highlight sort of a higher risk environment. I'm not sure I would go so far as to indicate crisis in the way that Ukraine has been in a plain crisis, attempting to maintain its critical infrastructure in the face of missiles and drones and everything else. But I thought, one other point that I just sort of piggyback off of the ambassador is that as much as we're talking about dependence on Russia, over-dependence, and the need for diversification, I thought another really interesting aspect of this was the kind of positive interdependence that we could be fostering between between Ukraine and Europe, that obviously has important overtures in the conversation around the Baltic states, around the Balkans, around sort of solidifying a European grid and energy infrastructure system that can be resilient and can truly diversify because of the strength of an interdependence among aligned countries and partners. Thanks for the opportunity to have an impression.
I can't give you a date, but I can tell you the realization Europe is heading into an energy crisis was 10 years ago when Russia first attacked Ukraine. And it coincided with Germany deciding to build the Nord Stream pipeline, which some of us were very clearly critical of. That's when we realized that Europe might be heading into, and sooner or later, an energy crisis. And as the ambassador said, over-dependence on Russia was really what led to the energy crisis. Now, your question is, when will it be over? Well, I don't know when it will be over for good, but I do know that not before Europe has fully integrated its energy systems, not before it has rebuilt or renewed and modernized its grids, not before the pipelines for hydrogen are built, not before Ukraine is once again a free country and will be able to contribute to the energy needs of Europe. Not before that. The last comment is when the United States has finally stabilized long-term its supply of LNG to Europe.
So hopefully we can help with that.
Set up perfectly for you.
So from a private sector perspective, we started seeing cargoes starting to move before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So a shift kind of in the market, starting to move more cargoes to Europe, and some changing in pricing. But we really didn't start to see just a massive movement until the Russian invasion. And prior to the invasion, we kind of were talking internally what it would look like, how it would impact the price of gas and LNG, and no one really knew, because it was just such a kind of an idea that no one really knew how it would impact that pricing. So I think we knew that we were in a crisis when we started to see these just dramatic shifts kind of in the spot market and pricing of LNG cargoes, and just the huge shift in volume from Asia to Europe. And just kind of put it into perspective, Cheniere alone, we produced 1,000 cargoes that have landed in Europe since the beginning of the invasion. In 2023, 73% of what we produced landed in Asia. And also kind of keep it in perspective, 70% of LNG lands in Asia traditionally. It's the primary market for the fuel source. So it represents just a massive shift from Asia to Europe. And kind of from a DC perspective, I knew we were in a crisis when people in Washington and politicians in Washington that would never want to talk to or be seen with a fossil fuel company reached out and wanted to talk about LNG and gas in Europe. I think we knew then that we were in uncharted territory when they wanted to talk to us about gas markets.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Absolutely. Covering liquefied natural gas for more than 10 years, all of a sudden it goes from niche to more mainstream. And in staying on that topic of diversification, I was wondering for some of you, if you could talk about security of supply. At what point can Europe feel satisfied that they've reached that there is indeed enough? And Ambassador Andrew, if I could start with you.
I think they would be when 100% of energy will not be dependent on Russia, or will not have probably anything from Russia. I think that would be the Lithuanian perspective, as we do have. But it's lots of things to be done as well. Diversification and interdependency as well among us. Even from our perspective, for us was very important to have, first of all the networks, has pipelines, interconnections, electricity, and even now looking for the new technologies. Once LNG is very important. So as you mentioned before, it was not charted territory, very few LNGs in Europe, or now we are 13, I think, LNGs is being built in Europe. So and some countries in Germany, they build it in shortest period of time. So when the demand is, when the need is, that we are proving that we can do that, but we have to see. Diversification is crucial as well. How we can ensure in general no dependence on the fossil fuels in the future, and to have on board the new technologies. Wind, solar, energy would be crucial, also hydrogen. So, and if you have appropriate infrastructure between our allies to have. And I would say also transatlantic linkage. The US help and US LNG was crucial for Europe some years ago, and I think that also will remain. So we should also calculate how we can cooperate in ensure. Also, SMR would be also important, how we develop this technology and we can integrate those countries who would like in our energy markets, and that I think that would be the crucial ones. And Lithuania, for us, we are also have energy strategy, which we by 2030, we want to become the country exporting electricity. Now we're importing and very much dependent. Still, our probably the weakest link in energy mix. So, but with 2020, with especially wind and solar energy, we would see ourselves as electricity exporting country, not only like gas now we are exporting now or supplying the region, but also that. And I think many countries do that homework, but also in cooperation with.
the service. Thank you. And Jean, if I could pose to you in terms of security of supply, how would you consider sufficiency?
I mean, we can tackle this question from two angles. So on one hand, I fully agree also with the ambassador, or with the first part of the answer, that, I mean, as long as Russia is representing a threat to continental Europe, we cannot have real energy security for the European continent. On the other hand, and after Russia's invasion, especially Germany, we had to learn it the hard way, and we had a very tough time, especially at the beginning. On the other hand, the crisis also is representing some opportunities, and the decision Germany made is to go for maximum of renewable energies. By 2030, we want to be at 80% energy production by renewable energy. We are currently already at 65 in our energy mix, which I think is a huge achievement already. And obviously, with the decision to go for renewables, you have also other effects in the same time. You increase energy security because renewable energy is, by definition, very decentralized. And the more decentralized energy supply is, the more you can consider it secure. But on the other hand, we went for a heavy diversification, especially in the field of LNG. 80% of the LNG we are importing comes from the US, so transatlantic partnership is key for Germany for dealing with all the challenges we face. But also hydrogen is heavily now developed. We do that equally in partnership with the US. We have a German-US energy partnership with working groups on hydrogen. Last year we had the first conference on hydrogen, also including the private sector, which is key here. This is the second, let's say, pillar of additional new forms of energy we are developing to achieve this goal. And it is not easy, but we are on a very good way.
If I may, I wanted to pivot over to Andras to ask you, please, Ambassador, what do you think of the role of Russia is during this period while Europe, maneuvers through the energy transition? Where do you think the relationship stands for countries to consider how Russian gas mix, if ever, could re-enter into Europe? At what pace and when?
Good question. I would say there are countries who have. I mean, first of all, the European Union has done a remarkable job at moving away from Russia. It's incredible. I mean, who would have thought that in just a matter of few months, the Europeans, with the leadership of the European Commission, moved away from the Russians, and it's incredible. Frankly, the crisis could have been much worse if there had not been such a clear political will to do this. So this is the first thing. The second thing is, the reverse of this is we still have some fears that there are some parts of Europe that would like to go back to Russia and to deal with the Russians as before the war. And I think that would be that's the wrong move. Now, some countries were able to move away from the Russians easily. There are some other countries who have a greater difficulty. The Central Europeans. I don't think Europe should or needs to get back to the Russians and do business as usual ever again. But I can imagine a political situation. I can imagine long-term a political environment where perhaps Russia could be treated as a normal country, and then we can decide whether we really want to deal with the Russians. The only way this can work, if Europe, in a sense, becomes independent, energy independent, because never again should the Europeans allowed to be dependent on Russia. Now, I would add that I spend a lot of times these days in Brussels, and I do hear comments that, oh well, we're replacing one dependency with another dependency, and well, now we're dependent on the United States, and I keep telling them. There is a difference, because on the Russian molecule there is a Russian flag, on the American molecule there is a U.S. flag, and don't forget, the United States is your ally, and the United States you are in an alliance with the United States, and so that's a huge difference.
Absolutely. And Jake, if I could ask you then to piggyback on that remark, how do you view the potential threat, and what is the role of the U.S. to ensure that it will continue with transatlantic partnerships with its allies, but also commercially? How will the administration balance the concerns for new LNG export permits and supporting existing industry?
Yeah, thanks. And I want to just wholeheartedly endorse and associate myself with the comments of my neighbor, and underscore the fundamental reality that this risk looms large so long as there is a remaining dependence on Russian sources of energy. And that is why when the US and the EU came together to form a EU-US task force on energy security, it laid out two parallel tracks of action. One, which was about ensuring security of supply in the near term, and really mapping out what that means in terms of LNG shipments and molecules of gas that would be required to replace and adequately supply sources that were no longer available. And at the same time, working, and this is important, to kick the dependence on fossil fuel that created this kind of vulnerability in the first place. And I think to Jean's point, good point, Europe is to be commended for how quickly they've been able to move in terms of the integration and scaling of the renewable capacity as a core part of that work. Now, just to respond to your question and then offer a couple other comments, Europe should rest assured that the US will continue to be able to supply American flag energy security so long as it is required, and that is not inconsistent with the administration's position on the current LNG pause, in as much as that pause contemplates a security of supply, and we're set to see significant growth of exports even with the contemplated pause in place, just based on the existing capex and investment that is underway. I don't want to comment on what's to come in the future. It's a subject about which I know a lot of people are focused on here, but for the moment, we are confident in the security of supply required. But I want to raise two other points, sort of looking around maybe the next bend, because I think we haven't gotten there quite yet in this panel, but I think it's important for this subject of energy security. Number one is, even as we're working on the supply side for both gas and generation, one area of vulnerability that we have seen even in our own deployment in the US and the implementation of the IRA and the infrastructure law is a need to really harden our grid infrastructure and to build out the transmission system so that we can more efficiently dispatch and integrate resources. And I know that this is an issue that has come up in the European context. We think it's of crucial importance to be able to optimize and work on resource efficiency and to really close the delta between the nameplate capacity of the system and the generation output of the system. That's number one. And then number two is, I do think there's a real question about replacing one dependency with another. I wouldn't characterize it as Russia to the US, but I would rather characterize it as fossil to clean energy. And when you look at the supply chain in the clean energy sector, we do not have a resilient, diversified supply chain that can be secured from multiple allied, partner, and like-minded countries. And so one of the things that we're very focused on in my building is working to diversify and scale the sources of those resources, beginning at the very beginning of the value chain in the critical minerals that we will need to build solar panels and wind turbines and electric vehicle batteries, the vehicles themselves, all of the technologies that will animate the clean energy economy as we all hurtle towards this transition. But that also applies down the value chain to each part of the component pieces of an end product. And I'm pleased to say that I think within the context of the US-EU transatlantic relationship, within the context of the G7, we are quite aligned in terms of both the concern on this issue and also the resolve to work together to address it. But there's a lot of work that has to get done on the implementation, and that will be a big part of our focus in the coming months and years as we contemplate this transition and we try to equip a transition in Europe that can both kick a dependence on fossil fuels, but also position countries to not adopt a new dependence on insecure clean energy value chains.
I was wondering if I could ask then on the pace of transition, and Alex, where do you see then, LNG and natural gas are often talked about as bridge fuels or, helping smooth the path, as companies and governments are working toward developing the new technologies. But, from your position, where do you see the role for LNG in supplying Europe, during this time period as these outlooks are being built out?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So at our basic level, we'll supply what our customers need as long as they need it, right? And we certainly believe globally that demand for LNG will continue to grow well into 2040, kind of and beyond. Essentially looking where the market is today and looking where it's going to be in 2 decades, we think it's going to probably close to double. Most of that demand is going to be driven across the Indo-Pacific. But we still anticipate a lot of demand in Europe for natural gas and a lot of demand from European companies, both for use in Europe and for use around the world. So I think natural gas will continue to play an important role for those companies and for those markets. But really, it's just going to be a part of the transition for as long as it needs to be, and as long as those governments and those companies kind of want it to be. I think as we look at energy security going into this winter, certainly Europe's in a much better position than it was after the invasion. But we're still out of the woods, right? So there's still a really important role for US LNG as we head into this winter and we look at some of the risks that Europe faces. And I think one of the things that potentially will help Europe this winter and in the years to come is the build out of US supply. So we'll start to see some project expansions like our Corpus Christi, Texas project expansion start to come online this year. So we'll start to see more US gas starting to hit the market at the end of this year and rolling forward. So I think there'll start to be more additional US and other project supplies from around the world that'll continue to feed into Europe. So it'll be a part of the security side, but it'll also aid in that transition because we really do believe that the natural gas pairs very well with renewables build out. And all kinds of kind of secondary energy grids, whether it's hydrogen or whether it's renewables. So we don't see them kind of in conflict. We really see them as being compatible. And if natural gas is needed longer than expected in Europe, we'll be there to supply that as well.
And considering some of those risks in meeting Europe's challenges, I did want to ask, where else in either on supply chain or in developing technologies, what kind of actions have you seen to address, some of these concerns? Can be energy agnostic, if you will, but if you wanted to go through maybe some of the initiatives that you've seen that have really made a difference.
On the cooperation with the US or
in
general?
Yeah, in general.
No, I completely agree what, at least we are sharing the same, that natural gas now is transitional, it's necessary in our energy mix. But what we see, we have to work on new technologies as well, very much to see, because the potential is there. We have to reduce dependence on our fossil fuel. So we'll see how is that. Wind and solar is already there, but we have, I think, as well, hydrogen. It's being worked, but it's not developed, and to see how we could fit, and as well SMRs could be. So I think it's lots of potential, maybe even more, and you never know how it would be. So how we could work together and to see. And I think here's as well interdependence or cooperation together, I would say as well, one of essential ones. And in the shorter period of time, of course, to assist, we talk about energy crisis and how whether we are, but I would like to connect with the previous panel about how we can help Ukraine as well this winter and the forthcoming, that will be also one of the challenges.
I would say LNG for Germany's energy mix is of critical importance for the years to come. We are building up our infrastructure. By the way, there's an excellent Lithuanian-German partnership here in administrating the terminals in Germany, and our capacity will be built up to 30 billion cubic meters, which is half the amount we got in past times in pipeline gas from Russia. So really the capacity is there. But I also wanted to make another point. I just wanted to support Jake in saying that we really need to secure the new energy security. So supply chains, of course, is one aspect, but we also have the whole cyber world. So cyber security becomes increasingly a part of energy security, but we have also the whole dimension of critical infrastructure, undersea infrastructure, which is a topic also for our security people, for NATO, the defense community. So we are identifying different areas, and we thus enlarging also the definition of energy security, which is not only about supply, but also about much more as we are heading towards new technologies, towards digitalization, towards new technologies and innovation.
Andres, would you like to expand on?
I can't tell if you're looking at me or Andras.
Andras,
please. Okay, sorry.
I mean, I want to make a comment on, in general, what I sense in Brussels is there's a recalibration of the balance between energy security and the green transition. The bad news is that the green transition will slow down a bit. The good news is it will happen. It's just, I think Europeans are just becoming more realistic about how it can happen and how fast it can happen. Also, I mean, there are so many other aspects that have to be taken into account that have not been taken into account so far, which are the social aspects. What is the public support? You know, I had a conversation the other day with one of the leading members of the commission, and he said the problem is we look behind our back, and the masses were not people were not following us, and that has to be taken into account. And so I would say that I think we're entering into a new phase of the transition. One more thing about gas. I think, look, natural gas will stay with us for a very, 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 very long time, but we might not burn it because natural gas will be so important for the green transition. Because much of the material that goes into these new equipments is actually fossil based. And then finally, the green transition, whether we like it or not, will demand an exponential growth of energy needs. So the fact is that the transition will require an incredible amount of surplus energy, and I think that's something that is dawning upon policymakers. I think in the United States and in Europe, but also Europeans are pulling back on the ideological approach and are becoming more and more pragmatic. But as I stressed, the good news is there is no way of stopping the green transition, and that's a really good news.
I really liked your characterization of a recalibration, and certainly I think, I think we were chatting about it before, that, we're at a really interesting crossroads politically on both sides of the Atlantic. So I do want to ask, what kind of scenario planning or thinking in terms of strategy are your organizations grappling with? It's the eve of the debate, and also, in terms of policy changes, across in Europe as well, and speaking of elections. How would this impact, the reshaping of energy policy?
From our side, from Lithuanian side, that will not affect, I think, and it's for us, as I mentioned, energy policy is one of the main policies internally, realizing to have really energy independence and to work to have strong sector, which was not only we were always dependent on that, consumers, now we want to become exporters of energy with LNG terminal. I think we made already, especially now with the current crisis in Europe, starting with in the Russian invasion into Ukraine, we became really important hub for imports of LNG, not only to Lithuania, but to the regional countries as well. So, and now with that, with all our strategies and politics, we want to become as well exporters of electricity and others. So we have been working very hard already for decades, ensuring the right networks, right grids, strong interconnections there, and we will be always supporters in Europe to have that worldwide European network strong, that we can be dependent on ourselves, on each other, rather on the third countries. And here, in that sense, US and transatlantic cooperation is also very crucial. How we trust the US for our defense and security, I mean hard defense and security, NATO. That's why we have to trust, and we do trust on energy. Whatever elections or whatever is changed, I think we have to do that. And it's not only dependence also, but on the new technologies. I know that would be competition among the companies and who would be creating them, but I think here we also have to rely on each other, on the new technologies, and how better we can integrate in our energy mix, whether it would be solar, wind, or as I mentioned, at summer. So that would be the biggest challenge, and I think, and it's not only among us, we have to see also globally. When if third countries, the global south, also dependent on the fuel from Russia, so that would affect our policies as well. So we have to look in the energy as also a tool of politics, which is used by Russia, so we have to counter that as well, more wider.
Of course, elements to watch in this period of transition are public support. This already has been mentioned. Energy prices for consumer, but also energy prices for corporate, for industry. So so one of the big challenges is how to maintain public support and how to maintain competitiveness of the industry while going through this energy transition is one of the biggest challenge. The main element is that this has been already identified as one challenge, and then so you can implement countermeasures like with communicating, with adopting appropriate budget measures and also support for the industry. But another element as we speak of implementation and of planning and of part of that new policy is also to integrate also these aspects stronger in our foreign policy in reaching out to the global south, and this has been mentioned. I would join you in the importance of the global south. We need to reach out more. We started already also in our partnership with the US. We have a special partner, a program to reach out to key countries. It is also an integral part of our hydrogen strategy to reach out, for instance, to the Middle East and North Africa region. So this is also part of the new policy. In not going alone, but to try to reach out to partners and to new partners.
One thing that has been on my mind is NATO needs to embrace energy security big time. I spent 10 years at NATO, and NATO used to have a pipeline system. So many years ago, NATO used to think about energy security, and not just for the military. NATO is the organization that has to embrace the concept of energy security in a new world of climate change. And so I just wanted to drop this idea because this is something that we have not done, and I think it is really important as we move forward.
So picking up on that point on security, Jake, I'll call on you next. In terms of considering the effectiveness of sanctions against Russian supply, particularly from the Arctic, and you had mentioned, reaching out more to countries in the global south, but I was wondering, how would you characterize the response so far in terms of after seeing, the facility in Arctic 2 sanctioned and then now vessels, what kind of messaging is the administration putting forward?
Can I circle back to that? I want to address something that was important in the last exchange and try to just provide one note of U.S. experience on the question of this social compact for an energy transition, because I think it's really core to what we're all doing and sort of embedded in the question of how individual countries are proceeding with their own strategies. And I just want to note that, one of the very interesting aspects, and I think consequential aspects of the IRA is a sort of little-known provision outside of the U.S., I've found, which is a concept of an energy community, which basically says that if you are a community that has enjoyed a certain set of livelihoods and cultural history of being embedded within the energy industry. You've been part of the coal ecosystem. You've been part of the gas ecosystem. Your communities and your people have had jobs working in these industries, and today you are now investing and reinvesting in the energy transition, that you will actually have a multiplier on your tax credit or on the subsidy that you're receiving under the IRA for the purpose of advancing this transition. And one of the consistent questions that we get when we go meet with partners around the world in the context of the moment that we're in now is essentially a version of, how durable politically is the IRA? And I think that what we've found is in the places where it's having purchase and where it's having uptake, especially in energy communities who are eligible for this multiplier, it's a popular program. It's creating investment, it's creating new jobs, it's revitalizing communities who have been witness to the energy transition but have not been supported with the kind of resources that they need to succeed in that transition. And I think there are lessons to be learned in Europe. I think there are lessons to be learned in emerging markets where policies are now taking shape, where people are putting subsidy and finance against this goal, but they're struggling with that question. And I will just note one thing that always surprised me, because it's a distinction from the US, but seems to be true in many places in Europe, is in the context of SMRs and nuclear technology. We've found that in Europe, there's enormous public support for this technology, and that when you go out to the communities and actually engage with communities and ask how do they find this sort of proposition, oftentimes the result is more positive than you might initially imagine. I think the use case for that could be, or sort of the illustrative example that I have enjoyed learning about is in the nuclear case. On the sanctions, I don't want to get ahead of colleagues of mine who are focused on that. So if it's okay with you, I think I will defer a response on the question other than just to say that there is a broad recognition for a need to continue to apply pressure and to ramp up that pressure in a way that is meaningful and that can actually touch on the energy markets and the revenues that Russia is able to generate. And appreciate the question and the flexibility on my response.
Absolutely. Thanks. Thanks for responding.
If
Please.
I can, yeah,
Please,
I
go
think something was done already, quite important steps on the sanctions as well, but there are still something we can do as well, even LNG Russian, because what we realized, even with during the last year, there are some increase of LNG coming from Russia even to Europe, and to be very frank. So we still, I think, have some margins where we can increase and strengthen sanctions as well, even on this sector, in energy sector for Russia, that to be. But that's not about also US, but also in Europe, and that's more our national position, which we are very much pushing back in Brussels. But I also wanted to react to Andres' comment about the energy security, and especially NATO, to remind that there is an energy security center of excellence of NATO already. So, and it's basically back actually in Vilnius, something in Vida. I also have regional center, which is for critical infrastructure, security and cooperating. So, but it's very important issues. We have to cooperate more, because what we realize from the practice now, that it can be topical and very important issues to cooperate and to prevent. Yeah.
And that's a really great example of cooperation. And my next question, too, is about, what do you think were some maybe either regional alliances or partnerships that came out of this crisis that may have been surprising?
Yeah, so I think from our perspective, we were able to get molecules into markets in Central and Eastern Europe that we never were able to get molecules in before. Frankly, that really surprised us. And a lot of the ways we were able to do that is partnerships with countries that had gas import infrastructure, and basically forging new relationships and partnerships, both on the commercial level and the government level. And I think what the crisis did is it brought people together faster and in ways that didn't exist. So I think it's a really good example of new partnerships being forged in crisis, and those new relationships, and building off those to kind of find creative and novel ways for energy security. I think Germany is a great example. I never would have believed that LNG infrastructure could have been permitted and built as quickly as it was in Germany. But it was the crisis and the need that then moved the needle as quickly as it did.
Thank you. Anyone else?
In my defense, well, first of all, I would never want to belittle the Center of Excellence of NATO in Vilnius, because I'm a great fan of Lithuania. I love Vilnius, and I know that they're doing a good job. I probably wasn't very clear. What I'm trying to allude to is I'd like to see NATO take center stage in the debate about energy security and the future of energy. That's what I meant. I think I'm not saying NATO is not doing anything, but I'd like to see this broaden a little, you know, and be one of the priorities as part of the big geostrategic thinking in NATO. So that's what in my defense, but I don't know.
Well, Andres, if I could put you on the spot again for another one of your comments from earlier.
Yes, please.
I mean, you did mention, you know, especially in your experience in seeing the build out of Nord Stream 2, what's your prediction for what could happen to that asset?
What could happen to?
To Nord Stream 2? Like, how do you see it in the outlook for Europe?
I don't see any future for Nord Stream 2. The reason being that, because you can, the original sin, if I may say, was the idea behind circumventing Central Europe. The pipelines, had they kept the pipelines running through Central Europe, and had they not built Nord Stream 2, I doubt if Russia would have wanted to attack Ukraine. Since they had an alternative, they figured we can do it. So I don't really see a future for Nord Stream 2. I think it's what do we call it? Wasted asset or
stranded asset.
Stranded asset. I'm sorry. I think that's the way it is, and I personally don't see any future for that pipeline ever again.
I just wanted to make one point which has been discussed in the previous panel, but I had it also in my notes, and I think it's important also to mention it here as we speak about new partnerships. It's the future role of Ukraine for Europe's energy supply. And by the way, also of Moldova. I deeply believe that today's European energy security, of course, is decided upon Ukraine's future. So it was a coincidence that just 10 days before the invasion, we had Ukraine connected to the European energy network just for testing purposes. So we just kept it during the war. But we need Ukraine also in the future European energy setup. It's crucial. It's crucially important. But this also brings us to connectivity. So I believe we have to enhance also connectivity, especially in Eastern Europe, and also think of connectivity and energy connectivity in the Black Sea. To think of connectivity not only in the East-West perspective, but also in the North-South perspective. So this is also something we should strategically prize in when we think of the future and the security of Europe.
Absolutely. Yeah, that role of Ukraine, I know was discussed in the previous panel, but definitely much carries through in terms of this question, in terms of, as you mentioned, you know, the defining the crisis and also what steps can be taken forward. Ambassador, would you like to say anything on Ukraine specifically in terms of the role or where you would see things, you know, ideally in the next 5 years?
Independent, free of war, Ukraine, fully integrated into Europe. That I think that this is our purpose as well, and when you answering your previous question, what this crisis or something showed, that's exactly Ukrainians' example how quickly they got disconnected from the electricity grid of Russian Brel and was connected to Europe. So that's also showed the potential how we can react quickly and take actions when it's needed. So I think we shouldn't lose momentum, because when in the peacetime, when we think they have more time, we tend not to be quick in our decisions or especially actions. So I think we shouldn't lose that momentum and know exactly what are our purpose and our aim. So for the Europe, transatlantic, but also Ukraine also integrated into Europe network connectivity, electricity, gas, energy mix. So I think that would be crucial and very important for the future.
Jake,
yeah,
can I go to you?
Just comment on this because I mean I think it's so central to what we're all working on together, and I think there's a lot that we could learn from our colleagues and from the leaders in places that are feeling the most pressure. If you look at the vision that Ukraine has laid out for its future energy sector, it touches on the clean energy transition, but it is motivated fundamentally by energy security. When you're talking about decentralized energy resources, that provides energy security literally because the Russians do not have a map of where to target their next attacks. It provides energy security because it is dependent on fuels that are not required to be imported from Russia. It provides economic opportunity for reintegration and for post-war growth because it can capitalize on a European system that has begun to price in carbon and the externalities of our energy infrastructure. And so there's sort of an elegant symmetry to all of it where you start to actually see that climate security and energy security are really one and the same. And I think you can look to other European countries, places that are under tremendous pressure for that type of leadership. I like to think about and tell the story of what's happening in Kosovo for this example, where you have a grid that is dependent on two of the dirtiest coal-fired power stations in all of Europe, but a vision being driven by a young new government for a decarbonized clean energy economy that is investing in, they said, instead of putting a new gas-fired power plant in Kosovo or in North Macedonia to import, they're doing solar plus storage. They're doing wind plus storage. They're doubling down on energy storage, both batteries and long-duration storage, in order to avoid this story and to skip over the dependence on fossil fuels. And I think we should listen to those leaders who are on the front lines of the real vulnerabilities that these systems face when, as the ambassador noted, when you don't have the pressure to move quickly, when you don't have the pressure to decouple and diversify.
Great.
Just latching on to the ambassador and Jake, so a lot has been said about the opportunities that Ukraine will present for companies, et cetera, et cetera. I think far more important is the role Ukraine will play in innovation in Europe, simply because they have been forced to figure out things that we have not figured out in this. The ambassador said under pressure, they have done incredible things. Some of them we don't even know about. And it will be once there's peace and once Ukraine is fully integrated into the transatlantic community, also economically, they will bring an incredible asset of innovative power, especially in the security and the energy security field.
Excellent. Well, with that, I want to thank our panelists for joining us for their insights and their discussion. Thank you again.
And I'm going to double down on thanking the panel. It's great to have you here, Ruth. Great job navigating this hard conversation. Madam Ambassador, thank you for bringing Lithuania's voice to the table, especially as the Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference seeks to broaden out the voices at the table as we think about a shared transatlantic future. Gentlemen, thank you to you as well. Jake, good to see you in the new capacity. Everyone here, everybody online, this brings us to a close of our 9th annual Central and Eastern European Energy Security Conference. Very enthusiastic for the dialogue we had today. We covered a lot of ground on a full day of conversations. As I reflect on a few of them here thematically, we really expected cooperation and competition to rear its head and be a vibrant part of the discussion. I think clearly we've learned that we're stronger together, and the transatlantic community needs to continue to drive forward those bonds. But as we seek a policy, whether it's on climate or energy security, the concept that we need to be thoughtful about how those policies affect each other has resonance with me. And we need to be thoughtful about how they not just impact our domestic markets, but key partners as well. One key partner that stood out throughout the conversations today was Ukraine, a key partner of Europe, a key partner of the United States, a key portion of the transatlantic partnership overall. We heard from the energy minister of Ukraine about the importance of how they're adapting to the aggressive and unjust conflict that Russia is waging on the country and its energy system. But we also heard from the ambassador and from Assistant Secretary Pyatt that in Ukraine there are opportunities, and I think that that is a conversation thematically that carried through the whole discussion. When it comes to balancing energy transition and energy security, I'm going to seize on something that Jake Levine just said, which is climate security and energy security are often synonymous. Of course, I'm paraphrasing, but we need to seize on the opportunities that new energy securities provide us. We need to reflect on the opportunities that natural gas and LNG from partners and allies, in particular the United States, bring to the European market. And we need to be honest about where there are vulnerabilities in the energy system of the future so we don't create the reliance on those that may not have our shared interests of the transatlantic community in hand. As we wrap up, let me just finish by saying thanks to those that helped make this event possible, to Accelerate Energy, PPD, Tellurian, Orland Synthos, Green Energy, and Venture Global. We're very appreciative of your support for this conference. Additionally, I'd like to recognize the hard work of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center team and others here at the Atlantic Council that made this event successful. Of course, Ambassador Morningstar was here today. We appreciate his continued support. But Olga Kakova, Katie Kinney, Haley Nelson, Lacey Bowen, Natalie Storrs, and Annika Harrington, great job. This event does not happen without you, and I think it's a valuable product. So with that, we're concluding. We have time for a reception outside. Make that a moment for motivation for those online to come and join us in person next time. But honestly, wonderful conversations today, and we will see you for the 10th edition of this conference next year. Thank you.